Bam. Real screen. Give my players a chance to talk and defend themselves from all my lies and slander. Hi, guys. Welcome.
Oh,
Hello.
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 Yes, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
I am so dang excited to have all of you here. You're all amazing people, and I just want to start off with a thank you so very much before I kill all of your characters and you all hate me.
Go.
It happens.
Sure, people see it otherwise.
But yeah, why don't we just run, just because I'm difficult, run counterclockwise here, just give a quick introduction of who you are, and maybe just a little snippet about your character as we'll delve into that more as they appear. Let's start with Ursa down there.
Hello. I am Steve. I was here not too long ago for the other main sword and sorcery, or one of the other sword and sorcery tabletop one shots. Today I will be playing Ursa Freyrsdottir, a human summoner. It's a class I've been really looking forward to playing, and we'll see how it goes.
And down to Walter.
Ready. I was muted. There we go. So I'm playing Walter, aka Wally Miller. I am a retired teacher at this point. I've been teaching for about 20 years at the Rain Academy, and now I'm just looking for stuff to fill the time. I got a lot of academic knowledge, a lot of social knowledge, and my wife and I just go on adventures, sometimes together, sometimes solo. She's currently out for a week with a bunch of her friends, so I figured, well, I'll poke around and see what I can scare up for some work or entertainment. And very excited to be here.
And over to Togro.
Yeah, so I too was just on a stream last Friday, for a little bit of 5e D&D shenanigans. But today I'm Rob. I will be playing Togro, the Fury Goblin Barbarian, who just kind of a wanderer, just wanders around with his pet rat, One Eye. There's some debate over whether or not One Eye actually has two eyes. Togro doesn't know. He's not very bright. He's just happy-go-lucky, but occasionally goes into a rage and breaks stuff. And then can't figure out what happened. So, excited to be here. Looking forward to seeing what happens.
And we'll jump up to Arn.
Arn in the 3 o'clock position. Hi, I'm Ian at Ian V. James on Twitter. Beetleboop is a vestige of a different soul inhabiting the vessel that is this frame. But it doesn't matter. I don't know anything about Pathfinder, first or second edition, so this is going to be a great opportunity for me to learn how the game works. I GM a game of Pathfinder second edition. I'm about 84 sessions in, so again, I'm just sort of getting the ropes of how this game works. But I think a level 3 fighter medic is going to be a great time. That's all I got to say.
And then last but certainly not least,
That was beautiful. My name's Tessa. I play in the Lost Caravan Hooper's game on Saturday mornings as Isix. And I'm here today as Bimsy Boar's main. And we'll see what this dinner's really all about. We might die, we might talk to the dead. It's, all in the night.
all right. And of course, I just deleted the Twitter instead of fixing it, but that's what we do.
That's fine. I don't need to be there.
Yeah, people know you. If they've been on the stream before, they know you. And of course, I am Andrew, your games master for the evening. Sir Hooper 55 on pretty much everything.
Wonderful and everything.
Well, we blush a little. And you guys are getting to see my awesome 2D, 3D model for the first time. A nice test run here. So, why don't we get into a little bit of Pathfinder here now that all the pleasantries are out of the way.
Let's do it.
Much excited.
I'm gonna attack.
I love those transition screens.
So, in the frozen mountains, far above any civilized land, far above, well, anything with rational thought or without sharp teeth and sharp claws to kill anything that moves, is a cottage, a hunting lodge. Long, long ago, back before most people remember, belonged to a particularly grisly clan of dwarves. Their hobbies and their choice of worship tend to fall a little outside of what society deemed to be good and acceptable. So they hid away. They did their best to build a community, to build a following. But over the years, the Grimm's Hollow dwarves, one by one, faded away. Until the last of their kin, last of their name, hatched a plan. Bring them back to glory. Now, it's not exactly known what happened, but there are certainly rumors. Depending where you go, the rumors can wildly shift from he ascended to dragonhood, or took the place of some archdemon or archfey, his mission finally accomplished. Or some say that he just passed away quietly one night. Much more of a whimper than a roar. But years, 3 to 4 years later, probably, from what anyone's best guess is, there has been life that's been revitalized up here at the lodge. Much like the predecessor, the last of the Grimm's Hollow dwarves, they decided to celebrate with invitations. Decided to throw a grand feast for worthy warriors, mages, scholars, accomplished thieves, any who could survive the trek. Now, whether or not all of your invitations were specifically addressed to you, I leave that up to your own discretion. But why don't we get into it with everyone's first die roll, and everyone just give me a nice initiative.
That's a good start.
I can't. I don't have a token.
Oh, right, you guys probably need your tokens, huh?
Well, while that's happening, I can roll that initiative to give us a start to the pace. Wow, that's not bad.
Yeah, if you guys just
Dirty
want to roll a
25.
d20 while I'm getting your
Oh wow, I gotta say, I'm really feeling the names tonight. Mhm. Dice ASMR.
Brutal.
It's so good, right?
Mm.
You know, you feel like you're prepared for everything, and then you realize I've done
Yeah.
nothing.
I don't know. I feel pretty prepared. I got a nat 16. I'm in a good spot.
Nice. Pulled my way up to an 11. Not shabby.
Yeah, feeling pretty good with a 13 after the bonus.
Good place
Could
to
be
be.
worse. It'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Somebody's is. Someone's rocking a 26. Vinci. Nice.
Since the music tends to be a little louder on stream, those of you that have it up, would you just let me know if that's a little too loud or if it's good?
It's beautifully somber,
Nice. That's what I was going for.
soft and smooth.
It's good.
Sounds pretty good.
So.
Yes.
Oh no, sorry. I was talking to myself. I realized that I didn't upload the tokens to Greece, so I get to quickly do that. Thankfully, only takes 1 second.
Is but a moment. I have a question for Ursa, though,
Yes.
as I steal the spotlight, the forever GM that I am.
Gasp.
How would you know Arn? Because I feel like the more I learn about your character, the more their paths would have crossed a little bit earlier.
Well, you probably would have run into this particular woman. Not picking over, but walking amongst recent battles. She doesn't seem to do much speaking, but every so often she will lay a hand on someone. Other times she will close their eyes. She's very strange in her own way.
Interesting. Arn is a battle medic of sorts, but primarily what you're looking at is something of a master of all shitty, gritty things that need to be done in battle that nobody really wants to do. Glory on the front lines and all that, but most of the time, all you need is to set a bone back in place or pick up leftover viscera and tuck it back into someone's stomach before it gets magically sealed back shut. But in the wake of a battle like this, I imagine we met.
Likely.
Yeah.
All right. Then with the top of the initiative there, Vinci, with invitation in hand, are you traveling alone? Traveling with anyone? What's your situation?
I imagine that she probably started off alone. If she picks up people on the way, then she will do so. But as the cold doesn't bother her at all, her bare feet just kind of crunching through the snow.
Imagine you, Arn, and Ursa probably met up prior to this and have traveled together for a bit. The three of you marching through the crunch of the snow, through the bitter winds, the occasional gust of snow that just catches that loose, powdery surface and blows it straight up into your faces. Would all three of you give me a perception check?
Okay. Perception.
While they're doing that, Vinci, would you like to give your physical description?
Vinzi is about 6 feet, maybe slightly under. Her very pale, pretty much gray skin blends in pretty well to the surrounding snow, surrounding mountains. If one were to look at her dead on, she has got one just bright blue eye. The other is a very pale, almost white, kind of gray eye. There is a pied raven, pretty much always on her shoulder or just kind of circling overhead, never straying too far. As her black and white hair just kind of billows in the wind.
Yeah, amazing. As you're just a little ahead of your companions, just a few steps, you keeping that sharp ear out, listening for any sign of danger as your visual is next to nothing at the moment. Catch just on the edge of the howling of wind, an actual howling of wolves. You look back to your companions.
I've not heard that.
We'll start with Arn. You want to give us a real quick rundown of your physical description?
Arn is built primarily like a protector, but secondary to that, a friend. He would have a body type if not for the massive full plate that adorns his body. His face is helmeted not by metal, but by a massive beard, half painted with a white chalky substance. Various tattoos and paint patterns are on his face and along his arm, and the only visible skin on his body would be pretty much his elbows and the top half of his face. This sort of a lion's mane draped down his back, falling onto his copper armor. He has on him a javelin on his back, a long sword at his hip, a dagger in his boot, a throwing knife attached to one of his wrists, a battle axe on his other hip, and a shield on his back. So he probably needs another weapon or two. But aside from that, he did quite terribly on his perception check. I eschewed the wisdom bonus as a -2 penalty because he did not consider this place to be a threat. In its climate, it felt to him like home.
Naturally. Yeah. And then Ursa. You give us just a brief description.
Sure. Ursa is a red-haired woman, slight smattering of freckles on her face, has a bit of a bit of a dour look. Her clothes are warm, but not necessarily armored, though she does have a single longsword at her hip.
Very nice. The pair of you in the back, just comfortable in this terrain, comfortable in this atmosphere, biting cold, almost welcoming. See Vinci ahead of you just slow down, not quite coming to a stop, but slowing.
I will send Izo back. Just with word of wolves, though he may deliver it in a simple awoo.
Your bird familiar just takes up off your shoulder, circling around the others, alerting to them to the sound of wolves. Three of you like to do?
Well, are they howling in the distance or are they close?
With the natural howling of the wind just whipping around you, it's hard to get a good idea of exactly where they are.
Okay, she'll Ursa will loosen the sword at her side.
I'm gonna pull a hatchet for throwing, and then I will, in my right hand, wield my shield.
Got it.
Hopefully, if I'm lucky, I can embed the hatchet, pull a long sword.
And Vincy, what are you doing?
She'll just kind of look at the two that she has gathered with and be like, "So, are you hungry, or you just want to kill something? We could just..." And she'll make like the little walkie-walkie motion with her hands. Right on by.
No.
I don't think it is our hunger that is of great concern.
Does that mean you don't want a walkie-walkie right on by?
Depends. Are you willing to fight?
If we must.
Then I.
What is the time of day?
You all would have left probably first light. Have been traveling for about half a day, so you're looking late afternoon to early evening.
All right. Can I take point on something real quick? Arn will stride to the end. We're on a path. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Natural, like some cobblestone. Mostly you're looking at dirt in a clearing, like just an absence of snow. In a valley, Arn will walk to the end of the road, embed his shield, as it's quite sharp in one point. It is a pointed shield. It's not rounded, as would be typical. But he will embed it in the dirt to free a hand, and using that hand, actually setting the hatchet down into the dirt as well, because it will take two hands. He lights a torch
Okay.
to stand, get a better view, and just add a little bit more to the arsenal. Then he will look out, try to listen and see what direction he can gather here. But he did poorly in the check, so it will be to no avail.
Well, would you like to give me a survival check? As it has been pointed out to you, circumstances have changed. We're in your element.
Aren't I? Nat 13 for what comes out to a 20.
Yeah. Now with the added illumination to help cut through some of the galing snow, and just focusing on the sound, echoing of the howl, pretty good idea of where it's coming from, and it's not far. There's also another sound, just barely perceptible, of people, of voices calling out in battle.
People.
I'm assuming only Arn can hear that.
What'd you roll? Like a 26?
I mean, your second one was like a 9.
Yeah, it's fine. As you guys are all sitting there listening, watching Arn do his thing, you start to also hear the sounds of combat. People probably in battle with wolves. Either the wolves or the people found their dinner. What would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna kind of give him the side eye and then just assuming that they're going to go off in that direction. She's just going to start to trudge in that direction.
Okay.
Okay. If they're pretty clearly going into battle, Ursa is going to summon her Eidolon.
And what does your Eidolon look like?
So you see her kind of focus a little bit, close her eyes, and there's a little pendant around her neck, starts to glow with the color of the northern lights. Suddenly, in a flash of similar light before her, stands a Valkyrie. About as tall as she is, muscular, beautiful, covered head to toe in gleaming armor, two dark wings sprouting from her back. And Ursa just goes, Helga, it is time for battle.
She just looks back at you, get that nod, wings flare out. Yes. And not quite taking off into the air out of sight, but kind of sticking around you close enough to keep an eye and still close enough to hopefully be the first to intercept any danger.
He does have alacritous speed.
And as
MC
the
will
three of you start trudging through the snow towards the sound of combat, jump over to Torgo and Walter. As the pair of you had met up, your invitations also in hand, decided to embark this dangerous journey together, as traveling alone isn't exactly recommended. The path has been a little iffy at times, avoiding what you feared to be an avalanche thankfully turned out to be nothing. But in your efforts to seek shelter from this ridiculous snowstorm, you have found yourselves at the prey's end of a small pack of wolves. I'll start with Torgo. You want to give us a brief description of yourself?
Yeah, so Togro has kind of greenish brown skin, light green eyes, brown hair in the form of a mohawk, about 3.5 feet tall, a little bit above that. He wears a breastplate, and then on his one hip is a short sword, while on his back he has a war pick. Though actually, given that they're in the midst of combat, with some wolves, or about to be attacked, he would actually have the pick in his right hand and the short sword in his left hand, getting ready to defend himself.
Gotcha. And then Walter.
Walter is a older human in about his mid 40s. Kind of got the bald in the center, down to a beard here. He is dressed in what look like pretty cool and rad clothes for maybe his age, but are probably like not quite as popular now. It's the equivalent of like wearing around a Led Zeppelin T-shirt at this point, which I love that band, but I realize that they are a classic now. They are not relevant. As he's wearing his like purple and blue robes and everything, and he's got on him, a kind of a guitar case that's like covered, and he's kind of kept that covered from the cold, slung over his back. He also has with him a larger crossbow, a couple daggers just in case, because these mountain passes can be bad. But he's got like a beaming smile on his face. He's so, scary music. He's so happy to be traveling. His eyes are these bright blue eyes that are just constantly looking around in wonder and excitement about new things. And I think when he hears the howls, he turns to Torgo and is like, well, you've been a pretty good travel companion, but I hope you're going to be an even better battle companion. And like kind of claps you on the shoulder. And I don't know if we can take actions, but I would like to cast Inspire Courage if possible.
Well, I will give you each an action if you would like to take it, and then I will get everyone into it.
Cool. Yeah, just clap you on the shoulder, and it's just like a warm, friendly sensation kind of fills you with like, well, calm. And like, yeah, I got this. You know, be inspired.
Love it.
Yeah, I think yeah, the grin that would have been forming on Togo's face at the sound of the wolves kind of relishing battle. He's almost hopping from foot to foot, getting ready. And that grin would turn into this big beaming smile as almost what looks like a fire behind his eyes is ignited by your inspiration. And he just kind of nods and goes, yeah.
Yes. I'll play you in.
Beautiful golden dice. For anyone that doesn't know, if you go up onto that menu in the top right and you see next to chats, there's a closed fist that says Encounter Tracker. Right-click that, will pop out the initiative tracker.
Fancy. I love it.
And with that, at top of the initiative is Arn, which makes absolute sense, as you got an idea of where this battle was happening, and you just went for it.
Yeah. All right.
You are just kind of breaking into this small alcove where the wind isn't quite as bad and you can see more clearly, and you see two figures, one much smaller than the other, as these three wolves, one of them massive, just face down each other.
How far am I from the largest wolf? In the
One
center?
stride will get you there.
And then one stride it will be. Arn has a hatchet in the hand. He is holding the shield. For that, he has opted to wield the hatchet and not the shield. He cannot benefit from both at the same time, but in his offhand, he has a torch. In a maneuver that will switch the two, he will wield the hatchet in his dominant hand, being his left, and from a stride length, attempt to throw it.
Absolutely.
I don't remember exactly the range increment penalty, but a stride length for a hatchet, it would be conducive for me to move before throwing. I will move 20 feet.
Okay.
Throw the hatchet as I am 10 feet away from this wolf. An attack roll of my full attack bonus.
Love it.
Well, everyone pray to Gorham for me for a second while I fail miserably on this one. Let's see. For some reason, it has me on. I should have a +8, so I'm making it as a second attack. Well, it was a natural 20.
Yeah, it
First
doesn't
word.
matter what your bonus is with that.
Should be a critical success there.
Heck yeah. I'm going to describe this amazing hatchet throw.
Yeah, well, Mr. Thane's the first one to say it's time to, bury the hatchet. But, yeah, switching over. The aim is between the eyes. You tell me where it lands, though, because the battle isn't won. The next thing Arn needs to do is draw the longsword, which he will do.
Heck yeah. Do you want to roll that critical hit damage? As the hatchet just soars through the air, end over end, just bedding itself perfectly, which would have been dead center of the forehead if it had not just jerked to the side and buried right there deep into its neck.
Well,
Big double from that. And I believe you still have an action left.
all right. I think, yeah, with that, I'm drawing a longsword. So stride, throw, draw,
Perfect.
and that's Arn's move.
Now, furious that this unforeseen prey just dared to draw its blood, it is going to just inhale and then let out this blood-curdling howl. I need all of you make a will save.
Okay. Will save.
This is a fear effect if anyone has any bonuses.
Okay, not too bad. Not too bad.
Listen.
That
Walter?
was me. All right. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, I do have bravery as a level 3 fighter, so
Dang fighters.
That'll come in handy. Come in handy here in a second.
A will save, Walter.
Yeah. Oh, I clicked the die itself. There we go. Sorry, been a minute.
It's all good. Wow. So Arn, somehow, and Ursa, the two of you are frightened one. As this thing just looks at you dead in the eyes, not even reacting from that hatch that is now buried in its neck, and felt like it was howling at you.
Well, I should probably roll for the Eidolon, shouldn't I?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that is... So, okay.
Its last action is going to be just simply just charge up to you there, Arn.
Okay.
Eidolon is it is a success, but not a critical. Oh no, I'm sorry. All of you are frightened one. Because of brave. Now you got me second questioning my own abilities.
As a good hero should. Yeah, if you succeed, you're frightened 1. If you fail, you're frightened 2. And if you critically fail, you should be frightened 4.
There you go.
On a failure, I'm frightened 2, so I will be frightened 1 with bravery.
Heck yeah.
Everyone else is going to be frightened 1. Unless someone critically succeeded, then they are scot-free.
Fortunately, the Eidolon failed by 1.
New to Pathfinder, yeah.
And the only one that would have be frightened 2 right now is Ursa.
Okay.
But that's the Direwolf's turn, and Ursa, it's your turn.
Okay. Let's, if I can actually get to this whole summoner action economy thing. So, first thing she's going to do, I think, is, so technically I get 4 actions as a summoner, correct?
Technically, yes, as long as you're using Act Together.
Okay. So, I think we will use Act Together. Let's just get that up there, because there's a lot of weird stuff with this particular class. Okay, so first thing she's going to do is going to demoralize. He's going to attempt to demoralize the big ol' wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
She just shouts out, "Your blood will paint the snow red!"
Love it.
Okay. Intimidation. So this would be -2, correct?
Because it does not understand language unless you have the intimidating glare.
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
Oh, that did jack.
it hovered
All
on
right.
that natural 20.
All right. Well, that didn't work. So we're going to go ahead and cast a divine lance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as her words falter in the face of this beast, she just goes, "Ah, screw it," and more of that aurora energy gathers in her hand. She just lets loose against the big one.
That attack.
Okay.
16. Unfortunately, is not going to hit. It just
Sadly,
dances in the snow in its home. Its home field advantage, if you will, and is able to just dart under the attack.
okay. In that case, with the final action, um, Helga, the Valkyrie Eidolon, will stride to
Your
get
final
up in
action
this.
would have to be your Eidolon. Oh, you said your Eidolon. Ignore me.
Yes, yes. So yeah, Helga's going to start rocking up to this thing as far as she can get.
Yeah. It's easy enough as it charged closer to the three of you. Helga just comes swooping down, ready to give this thing some flanking.
All right, that is my turn.
All right.
In turn.
Vinci.
Yes. How far away am I?
One stride.
Hmm, I would like to be further away, please.
Yeah. The further away you get, though, the snow cover does get a little more intense, and it may become concealed.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We will not move then. As much as I would like to. We will instead just grab some. I'm assuming that there's probably some loose boulders or some lovely
Oh, of course.
icicles around.
Of course.
She just like flings kind of her fingers almost, and she will send them flying via telekinetic projectile.
Pull it up. Yeah. Against the big one?
Yeah.
Yep, that absolutely hits.
Wham.
9. These nearby icicles hanging down from one of the trees just snap off. And instead of plummeting straight to the ground, they fall a good 10 feet, curve, and then just soar out, shattering but partially just impacting all along the dire wolf's hide, staining its perfectly white fur with streaks of red.
She'll still move, but if she could just pleasantly place herself behind the others, I think that is
Gotcha.
what she will go ahead and do.
All right.
Wow.
And Togro.
Oh. Yeah. About how would you say Togro is within 2 strides?
Oh, for sure. You're
Of the
within
dire-
one
okay.
stride. You guys were even
Okay.
closer.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to check. So, I didn't say it earlier, so I'll say it now. So first action. So Togro, upon hearing this howl from the dire wolf, is going to try and steel himself against the fear and enter a rage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And while raging, I'm going to use his last 2 actions to use sudden charge.
There it is.
And he's gonna just sprint up, roaring.
Wasn't sure if it was the fighter or the barbarian that was gonna have it,
Yeah.
but I knew one of you.
Yeah, he's gonna run up and take a swing at this thing.
At the big one?
At the big one, at the dire wolf, the one he heard howl, and
Yeah.
saw howl. Take a swing at it with his war pick.
Go for it.
Oh no! Look, that is an 11.
I mean,
Really?
you
Ooh.
certainly could have gotten in a position to flank it with these strangers, but even then, that would only bring it to a 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and burn one of those first hero points
Yeah.
that
Heck
I
yeah.
have, and give that another shot. Let's see. Come on. Another 11. Really?
Oh,
This is not starting off well. So, yeah, I imagine he's so infuriated by this dire wolf that he swings and misses. He goes for probably its back end, hoping to take out one of its legs, but just misses. Probably because he's thinking about a little someone who also happens to be on his person, and just even in the midst of his rage, he wants to ensure that they're safe.
makes sense.
And so that will be his 3 actions.
All right.
And let me go ahead and end my turn.
Down to Walter.
You said Walter's also one stride away, right?
Mhm.
I think he just takes like a reactionary like half step back and then thinks about grabbing his crossbow, realizes they're already here, and then just moves his hand and amplifies the cold that's already in the air as he reaches out, and you can see like a almost snow and wind-driven hand reach out and grab the larger dire wolf as he casts chill touch, but I can cast it from 30 feet.
Yeah, absolutely. A fortitude save on the big boy. That is a success with a 19. Oops, I'm in blind. You guys can't see my rolls.
Blind is fine.
Trust you.
It's gritty.
Ooh.
Yeah, unfortunately that is a success, but I still think he takes half.
Yeah, okay, cool. I will roll. Oh, wow.
Ooh,
Wow.
nice.
Roll.
Let me make sure that they don't have... Nope. Much as you might think, no cold resistance.
Yeah. So I like the idea that like a layer of just frost settles over this thing, and it very quickly just like shakes it off, and it's
Oh, yeah.
like still a little cold though.
It's just
Um,
a cloak of mist that it just shakes off, but you can still see some of it just grip tight, and it can't shake that off. It's looking hurt. Not quite bloody, but... Or not quite, like, on death's door, but hurt.
and then for a second action, can I throw a dagger as one action?
Yeah,
Or is
absolutely.
that okay? I'd like to do that. Just kind of pull one of the daggers off my belt, and then same thing, aiming for that dire wolf. Like a little side flick, throw it.
It did charge towards you all, so you're probably within the first range increment, so go for it.
So, that might not be enough though.
10 is unfortunately not.
All right, just wing it wide.
This thing is just getting pelted left and right, but is still doing its best to hold its ground as the smaller wolves now get into flanking positions. One of them is going to charge up to Togro The other is going to charge up to Arn. You're right in their alpha's face.
It's 10 feet away, which is within the alpha wolf's reach. Yes.
The one that's going to charge up behind Togro. First action move. Second action, the jaws just snap out at you. For a 24.
24 hits.
Yep, 24 hits.
Maximum damage of 8. And its last action, with you with like your midsection in its mouth, is just going to whip you back and forth and just slam you to the ground and knock you prone. Walter. Right.
Thank you.
That's the first wolf. Second wolf running up to Arn to do much the same thing. Just taking 2 leaping, bounding strides through the snow and then launching itself at you. Jaws first.
Mm-hmm.
That is a natural 20.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it. Let's do it.
For a total of 8 points of damage as I rolled crap for damage.
So 8 for both.
Oh. Adorable, you guys are twinsies.
Yeah.
And then it's just going to continue that momentum as the teeth just dig into you, sending both of you forward, and it's going to use last action to knock you prone while it stays on its feet.
Okay, yep.
Very rude.
Right? It's like they have no consideration. But top of the round is you, Arn.
My AC is so bad right now.
Yep.
Delightful. Yeah, frightened, prone, and flat-footed. Great time. I'm being flanked by these creatures, is that correct?
Unfortunately, in order to get to you, it did not have enough movement to flank, so no.
Okay. Well, good for him. Things have gotten a little bit complicated. I'm going to take the axe that I have attached to my hip, try to embed it in the throat of the nearest wolf.
Heck yeah. It'll be the smaller one right in front of you.
Curse you. Alright. Battle axe. Bad modifier, let's go. Nat 18 for a 26 total.
26. That is a critical hit.
Good. I'll roll critical damage.
Oh,
What? Did I really? Okay.
As this thing just comes charging at you, lands, sends you to the ground, and you just respond with an axe that just cuts straight upwards into this thing. And how do you want to kill it?
Swiftly and without any fanfare whatsoever. No pleasure is taken in this. It's reverse hunting, and the wolf did a bad job. This is a bad day for my patron god Aristil, and I take no pride in cutting the sport short. So as soon as the battle axe is in, I will remove it in as destructive a way as possible, so as to ensure this thing does not get up, and move to attack the next with the blade still freshly bloody.
Yeah. Big one is
let's,
still within range.
I need to get on my feet, though, so I am going to stand as an action. I don't know if I'm provoking an attack of opportunity from the one within range.
If it had that ability, it would be, but thankfully it doesn't.
Okay, I was willing to take it either way. I'm going to stand, and I will draw the shield. I don't know if I can raise it in addition to drawing it, but if I cannot, I will spend a hero point to do so, because I know what's coming next. And that's my turn.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just readying yourself, standing, facing down this massive opponent. Shield comes out, the axe still dripping with blood. The wolf is just... It sees the smaller kin now just lying there in a pool of red. See the fangs bare towards you. And it is just going to furiously attack you.
My AC should be higher than it is right now. Frightened has worn off.
Yes, thank you.
Frightened has worn off, and I have my shield raised. I'm no longer prone, and I don't know if I'm flat-footed any longer.
Or not.
As I have. All right, so my AC should be as high as 21 now.
Well, the first attack is only an 18, and the fangs just bear down on the shield.
If
Just
I didn't
gonna-
do those things, I would have been hit.
But in that second effort,
Yep,
this one's a 23,
that'll hit.
natural 19.
I would like to use a reaction here, if I may, before the damage is
Yeah,
resolved.
absolutely.
As you would take a blow, avoiding the hit at the last second. Oh, sorry, shield block, not reactive shield. I'm going to take some of the damage here. Up to the shield's hardness. The hardness of the shield is 2.
It
And then the
is
shield and I are taking the remaining damage.
total of 8 points of damage.
All right, so the shield is taking 6 points of damage, and I am taking 6 points of damage as well.
And,
My
Yeah,
shield's
he's-
broken for that.
so the teeth latch on, and it just starts squeezing and squeezing until it breaks under the jaw and digs into your arm. Now your blood mixing with its. And, yeah, it tastes blood. It wants more. It's gonna go for a third attack. But with a 6, no, that's not gonna do anything. Third one, you can feel the teeth starting to clench again, and your arm just yank it out of the way before it can fully snap down. But that's its turn. Ursa.
Okay, so is my Eidolon within melee range of the big guy?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So let's do some more, because I do this once per round, if I recall correctly. The strike together or work together thingy, summoner thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Together.
That thing.
Okay, so going to attack with her Valkyrie blade. A 20 plus 9. And just as an aside, this does have the trip quality due to advanced weaponry.
Very nice.
Oh, that could have been better.
Is this against the big wolf or the little wolf?
Are they both in melee range?
R.
We're gonna go with the little wolf.
16 definitely hits.
Okay, that is 28 plus 4 slashing damage. Okay, 5 slashing damage. And let me just check with the Julio. Then Ursa herself is going to cast Divine Lance at the big one, I think. Yes.
Go for it. $16 is unfortunately gonna miss.
She's doing her best, and that's what counts.
realize that it is saying your old character's name. So Tessa and Steve, I think if you guys go down to the bottom left where it says players, and change what character you're in control of, and that should show up as in chat. There you go. All right. The Divine Lance, your companion went in for an attack. Anything else?
Well, I know you can't split the actions 2 by 2, so yeah, I'm good.
All right. Then Bincy.
Who looks the worst off that's been in a dog's mouth? I know that Arn has taken a pretty thrashing, but I think Togro, excuse me, has as well.
He's not too bad right now. He's just finding himself screaming as he's being thrown around. Ah! That's pretty much what you hear.
Okay.
Fair.
She is just going to take a metal needle out of her hair and just sort of flick it at the big creature as she casts a needle of vengeance at it based on Arn.
Oh, okay.
Let me sleep. There we go. So essentially, whenever it attacks it, it takes 2 mental damage.
Gotcha. Looks like the basic will save is whenever it would take the damage.
I think so. Because it doesn't do it beforehand.
Right.
What's the name of the spell?
Needle of Vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else?
Yes. I lost. Give me just a second here. How close am I to everyone? I know the wolves moved up, so I'm not.
Since they charge up, you're maybe 15 feet away.
So
Togo right in front of you, who's being chewed on, and the other, the rest of them are kind of in this like semicircle around the big wolf.
then I will also cast Bless. Currently, I think that means only Toguro gets it.
Next round, you'll spend an action to extend that to 10 feet.
Yes. Oh, can't cast, you mangly spell, you. There we go.
Nice.
Oh. Ah.
Ouch, did drag?
Neat. It doesn't want to let me place either.
Weird. Maybe it's because I don't have a grid. Anyways, we know that Togro, you have a +1 to attack rolls while you are next to Ursa.
Okay, I will
There it
take
goes.
it.
Yeah, I did not like that at all. Whoa. Ah!
It caught up.
You get a bless, and you get a bless, and you get a bless.
Can you delete that one that's over top of you?
Nope, I can't.
Cool. Boundary.
I can place more. Ain't that fun?
Yep. All right. And Togo, your turn.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, Togro's, caught up in the mouth of this one wolf, is just finding himself being flung around, going, ah! And then as soon as but even in the midst of his rage, he's trying to take some swings with his short sword at this wolf that has him. So even as he's grappled, he's going to try and take a swing, like I said. So, let's see, since he's being grappled, remind me.
You're not grappled, you're just knocked prone.
Oh, okay. Knock prone. Well,
Yeah.
that was a 26.
26 is a critical hit.
Yeah. So, there's your
18.
18 damage.
Oof. Massive hit on that thing.
Oof.
Yeah. How's it? I imagine he lands a strike against its abdomen. How does this wolf look? From obviously from his perspective, caught in its mouth. Or how does it feel? Does it feel to him like that strike in any way weakened its grasp on him?
Oh, absolutely. It's like on impact, and you felt it was a solid blow. It's just immediately going from that aggressive attack, trying to get, flanking, to immediately that fight or flight kicking in, and it's starting to backpedal, trying to get away from you.
Okay.
It is severely hurt.
Then he's definitely gonna go ahead and try and move after it. He's gonna keep on it, keep on this wolf that landed a hit on him. So he is going for a second attack.
That definitely hits.
And for regular damage. Oh, sorry, hit the wrong one. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Here's the correct one.
Yep.
8 damage.
How would you like to kill the wolf?
Nice.
So after landing that initial hit on it with his short sword, he's going to reel back and just moving after this wolf as it's trying to backpedal from him, go for the same spot. Even amidst his rage, just kind of focus in for a moment, almost like tunnel vision, on this one spot on its chest where he hit it, and just drive the blade of his sword in and slash into its heart.
Beautiful. It is just waiting for that right moment, one massive strike, then as it starts to reel back away from you, one more, and the smaller wolf drops.
At which point, would you say, so is he within melee range of the dire wolf still, where he was at? Or would I need to move? Would he still need to move in?
Yeah, I would say that you could get that diagonal attack.
Okay, then probably just not even thinking about it. He's going to take a use his third action to attack the dire wolf. Just gotta blindly take a swing with the pick.
Go for it.
Just make sure everything is in order, and
13 is unfortunately
13.
not going to hit.
Okay.
It is bloody, and it is severely wounded, but it has still got to that predatory instinct and is just on hyper.
Gotcha, yeah. Okay, then he's going to just kind of, as he swings his pick and misses, he would just let out this cry of frustration. And that will be his turn.
All right.
There you go.
Down to Walter.
So, question on the wording for Inspire Courage. It says it lasts for 1 round. Is that round back to me or top of the order round?
Till it gets back to you.
Okay, cool. So in that case, when Torgo swings and unfortunately doesn't get that last connection, just yell, "It's okay, you got this, buddy." I'm gonna cast Inspire Courage, which is +1 to all allies in the area.
Yeah.
Attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves against sphere effects, which are I think mostly gone at this point. And then can I cast 2 spells? Yeah.
As long as you have the actions for it.
Cool. Okay. And then I'll follow up again with another chill touch. As this time, like the dire wolf is probably whipping around. I see the hands come out from the snow and like try to like spectrally go inside of it and chill it from the inside out.
Oof. Brutal.
Cast button. There we go.
That is a 21. Taking
Alright.
half damage. You damaged yourself for 3.
Whoops. My bad.
Oh, it is
What's that?
bloody. The blood that was pouring out of its neck from that axe wound has now just frozen. It is stumbling. I mean, damn near into panic mode. At the top of the round is Arn.
Yeah, you said near into panic mode. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know a beast like this to get unpredictable in a growth of battle. I am not risking seeing someone die if this thing is harder to kill than we perceive. So for that, I'm going to make an intimidation check to attempt to scare this thing off.
Absolutely. Go for it.
It's untrained, so let's hope this goes well. And I know it won't, but I need this thing to flee.
That is actually the DC is 17. That is actually a success.
All right, and with that, I don't have my torch any longer, but I will raise my shield again and take my battle axe and sort of just slam it into the shield. The shield is broken, but it is not fully broken. It's at its threshold, so it still can help posture. But I want this thing to be frightened. But I'm going to step back and in my free actions, just call out, plead for my friends, some old, some new. Let her go. And I'll sort of just stop and let the sound of the wind sort of determine what happens next in
Okay.
this quiet moment as this thing has to make a decision about whether or not she's going to be alive. So that's my turn.
As it just stares at you, blood dripping from its mouth, some of it yours, some of it its own. Just takes one tentative step backwards, and another, till it fully turns and just darts off to the best of its ability, limping off to the snow. You do 3 all have an attack of opportunity if you want to take it. Or if you have the attack of opportunity ability. It would trigger.
I have it, but I will not use it.
I wouldn't want to, even if I did.
It does stop right there on the edge of the clearing, just almost fully consumed by the snowstorm. Looks back at you, then takes off.
I'm going to make a gesture to this creature, knowing full well that a dire wolf is not this level of intelligence. It is a fist to the head, and then you extend an outstretched hand. It's the sign of the antler. A small prayer to Aristil, in hopes that this thing would not track us, because we are very easy to track.
With with that, combat comes to a close. You're all now left standing there, some of you a little bloody, some of you a little out of breath, staring at a handful of new people that either just came to your rescue or were already here to be rescued.
Hey, good time in there. So thanks a bunch for all of you, because Torgo and I, like, he's got a mean fighting spirit in him, but I don't think that might have been too rough for the two of us to take. So much appreciated.
Oh, new friends. And Togro just has this big, now he's probably looks exhausted as he comes out of his rage, but this big smile just forms on his face. It's like, I like friends.
Always
Fair
nice to
enough.
meet new people. I'm Wally.
Ollie.
Ursa
I-
Freyr's daughter.
Arn of
Oh,
service to my people. This instrument of string. Arn will inspect it. Do you have your guitar out?
I don't. It's slung over my shoulder, kind of wrapped in cloth to keep it from getting damaged in the cold and the snow.
Okay.
You can clearly see it. Like, it's very clearly a guitar silhouette
Yeah.
or shape.
Well, it wouldn't be to Arn. He's never seen
Okay.
that.
Gotcha.
What brings you
Shame.
to nowhere?
Oh, dinner. Hold up the invitation.
Have they not dinner where you hail? I'll take it from you. Verify they're the same thing.
Yeah, we had it too. Like, oh yeah, they always have dinner where I can come from, but I mean, no one ever pays me 30 gold to, sit down and have a nice meal. Plus, seems intriguing, right? What else am I gonna do on a Tuesday night?
Interesting. And Ursa will pull out a similar invitation. Looks a little blood stained. Like spotted with red around the edges. Although oddly enough, she and her Eidolon are completely unharmed. So that's not her blood.
Just kind of like take a note of that. Like, all right,
And
well,
Togro's currently looking in his cloak, probably
Hmm.
fiddling around a little bit, and then pulls out a piece of paper. Looks a little grimy. One of the corners probably chewed a little bit. Not sure what chewed on it. And he just holds it up. Dinner. More for me. More for One Eye.
You must have had a boring toil day yourself. You seek the treachery of frozen land. I'm gonna get a. How tall are you, Togro?
Oh, he's only about 3.5 feet tall.
Okay. I'm gonna take a knee to attempt to inspect you using perception. You're a humanoid, so if I recall correctly, it is a society check to which I have no bonus.
Yeah, it is.
If I may, dear GM,
Absolutely, go for
rolling
it.
with no modifier. I don't know if that passes at level 3. A standard DC should be 16, probably. If
3,
it's-
it is 18.
Yeah. You're a goblin, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's probably at most you might be able to see. He just, especially being tossed around by that one wolf, he just surprisingly tougher than he looks.
Yeah. I'll stand. Unable to really get a feel for you.
Was
And return to
anyone
Ursa.
is anyone very badly hurt?
I got lucky in that one. Didn't get scratched. I think. Torgo, are you good?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great. I feel great.
Yeah, you got a
And
little
when and he fiddles around in his cloak a little bit. One eye good too.
Nice.
That's good.
Just
Good to
currently
hear.
tucked away, like balled in deep into the pack as he can get, and even then, it's just the shivering ball of rat fur.
Yeah, he'd pull one eye out, kind of come on, no, and hold him up. One eye.
Oh, very cute. Glad he's okay
Rat clearly has two eyes.
too.
It's canon after earlier today. It clearly has two eyes.
I like it.
Beautiful.
Okay, so the red on you, that was more them than you? Okay, sounds good.
Well, if anyone does get hurt, if you run into more of them, I do have powers that accelerate healing, and a few of these, and she'll hold up a small red potion. My traveling companion. Wow, I'm getting Russian here. My traveling companion is not big on magical methods of healing. So,
Unwrapping a piece of cloth that insulates my bracer. As I unpin it, you'll see, remove it. It's just like bands of thick, semi-coagulated blood.
so more for the
Let
rest of you.
a sort of gasp. Uh,
Do you want a hand with that?
I'll need some help.
Yeah, here. Let me like here just like put a finger there so you can like tie some stuff off and like do all that. Um, I don't know if you were conducting a heal check, but I would like to inspire competence so you have advantage on it.
Inspire confidence.
All right. Is that the one? Yeah. Cantrip. Encourage inspires an ally to succeed at a task.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, you can roll performance instead of medicine in attempt to aid.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and make a performance check. And Arn, if you're trying to patch yourself up.
I have a request.
Nat 20.
Ooh,
Why not?
hey, that's critical success. I get a +3 on the check then.
Awesome.
You didn't need it, but I was gonna nudge Fate as I was picking up little bits of wolf fur.
Yeah, glad I could help.
I seek your assistance. And in this inspire competence, I'm going to ask you to remove what appears to be a wolf's tooth embedded in my forearm.
Oh yeah, all right. I'm gonna pull it out on the count of 3. You ready?
Yeah, I take the
All right.
bind that I tied my forearm. I just put it in my mouth. Just gonna...
Cool. Yeah, give you a nod of encouragement. All right. 1 and just rip it out.
Perfect.
Do it. Oh yeah, it was
I-
deep in there too. And like this
Cool.
serrated edge, it just kind of it went at an angle, so pulling it back out also just kind of reopens the wound and causes a new small stream of blood to start pouring.
Roll a d8 for me, dear friend. I'm taking damage from this risky surgery. Is a first level feat I have.
Ooh.
I'm getting a +2 circumstance bonus to my medicine check to treat the wounds. If I
Fair
roll a
enough.
success, it's a critical success instead.
Would you like me to roll the D8 or?
Sure, yeah. You're the one inflicting this damage. Decide how bad you've hurt me.
I'm helping.
Oh, it's
Minimally.
not bad.
Yeah.
And in this effort, actually,
Yeah,
I don't know
man.
if an aid action is a circumstance bonus, but I'm getting either a +13 or a +15 on my medicine check. I will be using assurance for medicine, which means I have either a +20. I have either a 23 or a 25, which means I've beat the DC of 20. So I should be healing 2d8 plus 20 points of damage with no chance of failure here because actually I'm healing a bonus 10, but I am critically succeeding per risky injury.
Mhm.
So I'm rolling 2d8 plus 20 for. Whoops, that's a D100.
I heal a
That's the
D100.
same thing. Yeah, this and this. I heal 30 points.
Beautiful.
Damn. Well
Wow.
played.
Magic. As I just wrap it, tie it off, buckle the bracer back in. March past, my friend.
Glad I can help.
All that, and it could have been solved with a few moments of magical healing. In any case, I do believe we have a date to get to, and hopefully fewer bad dogs in our path.
We do, but you're all a tiny bit bloodstained. If you don't mind, may not like magical healing, but perhaps a little magical cleaning.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be great. Though, I got lucky with the blood, but this wind's doing a number on my hair.
The hair we can fix. Wait. Hmm. When we're closer to, we can get rid of the icicles. But until the
Just frozen beard, hair's all just crazy.
tiny raging friend, may we unblood you?
If you want to. Sure. And he's what did Walter do with the wolf tooth? By the way.
I think he's still holding on to it. I think he has it, and then he's just like shocked at the fact that Aaron just looks so much better after ripping this thing out of his skin. So I think he's just like,
yeah, Togro, he would have put one eye back into the little pocket tucked away where it's nice and warm, and he's probably chewing all the scraps of what have you that he's collected. And he's probably kind of reaching for this wolf tooth in your hand. Like,
oh yeah, have at it.
Can I? Ooh, thank you.
I suppose that does bring up what front do we want to show our guests? That we are societal or that we are more bestial? She'll kind of make like a half grin, just like.
I mean, I would assume we would wish to show them that we can take care of ourselves. We wouldn't want to seem weak on the job, would we? By the way, it just comes to me, so long as we are getting friendly, this is Helga. She points to the winged Valkyrie that's right next to her. Blood dripping with, or sword dripping with wolf blood.
You'll have to explain that one.
Hey,
Just
Yeah.
get a grunt and a slight nod. Valkyrie.
She's not the talkative sort, but definitely a welcome companion these past few years.
I like her.
Like one
Nice to
eye.
meet you.
Sort of, but sort of.
Well,
Then I assume that this conversation is kind of happening as you guys are, again, on
Yeah.
the move.
Yeah, we don't want to stick around too long in one place.
Yeah, depending on the consensus, Binzi will either prestidigitation everyone clean, or she'll swipe everyone with a little extra wolf blood.
Decision?
I'll be.
I would.
that's a
I
good
would-
question.
Yeah, I would not mind a little bit of wolf's blood. Haven't been a soldier in a long time. It has been a while since I felt a good splash of blood on my skin.
Well, I'll admit it's not my usual style, but colors go well together, and well, I'm always down to try new things. So, but let me a little right here, maybe.
She'll do a lovely artistic makeup with wolf's blood. Looks splattering and smattering.
A little cold, but yeah, all right.
Gotcha.
Togro's just skipping along at this point, big grin on his face.
The tooth, of course, it is like you could hold it in two hands. It was a massive wolf, and you are a tiny creature.
Yeah.
Should we bring one of the other wolves as a gift?
Well, Walter reaches into his cloak and pulls out like a wrapped up bottle of wine. Is like, I brought wine. I don't know if that is enough for hospitality around here. Actually, I have the society skill. Can I roll for that?
Absolutely.
Would they like a? Oh, that's the wrong button.
With the elegance of the letter and the fact that you were invited to dine and conduct business over a meal, it does seem very formal, very not high class, but more noble than maybe some of you are used to dealing with. But they did also specifically want warriors. So between the wine and the wolf's blood, you're probably riding a pretty good middle of making the best impression.
Yeah, so
Slightly offended. What kind of jarl doesn't want a wolf pelt?
that makes sense to me. I think we're riding a good line between holds up the wine, being classy and ferocious. Points at the wolf. Yeah, little wolf's blood, little wolf's pelt. Let's go.
Southerners are strange.
Does someone mind? She'll like make the motion of carrying it. Hmm?
I can try. And Togro would skip over. Would skip over and try picking this wolf up. And I imagine he's. I don't need to roll. I won't worry about rolling for this. He's gonna just try and pick it up and maybe start dragging it, like by by what would be its shoulders.
Togro's strong.
It'll take a while.
But
Yeah.
low center of gravity being smaller than the wolf even. It's kind of slow going.
I'll give him a hand.
Yeah, he does have a 60. He's got a +3 strength modifier, so he's a pretty svelte goblin.
Oh, for sure. All right. Then, as the 5 of you, all invitations in hand, continue your trek up the mountainside. Next hour or so passes. Ranges from being able to see maybe 2 feet in front of you to slowing down and you can actually see the trail and see some of the almost like crystalline ice that is formed along the stone mountainside. And some of the more sketchy, more narrow pathways that even just a few feet to the left and you are probably tumbling down a good 120 feet. But eventually reaching the summit, the wind starts to die down. Snow kind of just fades to just this gentle falling, gentle sprinkling on you. And not 200 feet ahead, on a very surprisingly well-maintained and man-made path, a tall hunting lodge. A structure probably 2 stories tall. But any of you that know Dwarvish would recognize the runes, the carvings. It's if you go back to the the token controls, it'll get you off that AoE. You can see that standing out in front are a handful of individuals. They look medium-sized, probably human. One of them is tending to a small fire. The other is just keeping an eye out in your direction. And as soon as you break out of the vicious wind, start walking their way, he like taps the other one, looks up, sees you, then heads inside.
Hmm.
Guess we go knock, say hello.
Present the gift.
You have a way you want to present this? I don't know what the best way to, really bring this thing together is. Make sure it's done with with a proper flourish, but
Well, I think that would be on the dining table, but I don't know that that would be looked upon very nicely.
We shall ask. The goblin. You've been carrying this the whole time, is that correct, Togra?
Oh yeah, he's been probably more so helping by lifting up part of it as Walter's carrying it.
You might be the
Genuinely
strongest
impressive feat.
of your kind. You'll present it.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And Tooth. And he drops the wolf, probably on the end of the probably the front end of the wolf. He drops it onto Walter's foot, I imagine, as he pulls up the tooth.
you can see like it looks like this is an equal labor, but as soon as he lets go, Walter just like staggers. There's so much wolf that is being carried by Torgo by comparison. It's like my face immediately turns red, and yeah, you can present it. Just let it thud to the ground.
Are there any manual laborers outside of this place?
The only living creature, only living person that you've seen were those pair, and then one of them went inside. The other is slowly walking your direction.
Okay, all right. Can I try to eye them up ahead of time? Or actually, I'm going to ask Ursa to do it because I'm socially blind. I've come to learn, so I'll approach my friend. Ray's daughter.
As you wish.
Um,
He-
this is
Hail.
for you. Yeah, just gonna let you speak.
Hail! We come by invitation.
Yeah. Figure as they get, close enough that you can make out more details. You see, like, two kind of partial tusks sticking out from the bottom jaw. Not quite pronounced enough for a full-blooded orc, but enough to give you the half-orc. You wave out to them, wave back, kind of now maybe less than 50 feet away, and shout out to you. Made it! Good to see. Storm. Weren't sure that anyone was gonna make it. It's...
Well, the storm wasn't quite as bad as the wolves out here.
those things, he now looks over and sees the body of the wolf. And you can now see the toothy grin, this half-orcish mug. That's a hell of a prize you got there. Get a hand bringing that in?
It's a gift.
Something to warm to warm the room aside your hearth. Or perhaps a trophy on the wall.
Yeah, nods and notices the blood splatter across you, which has maybe worn off a little bit with the travel, but still that stained crimson. Nods as he looks over all of you. Jareth, you all are.
Nice to meet you, Jareth. I'm Wally. And kind of like move a little closer to the fire just because it's cold. Like as we're talking, like slowly scoot people in the direction of the warmth.
Mhm.
I'm Wally. This is Torgo and a couple other friends we met along the way. You know.
Um, so I've built buildings like this before, and I'm quite confident in my ability to withstand the temperatures. I want to ask, how cold is it? How is it below freezing currently?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Is it just below freezing or well below freezing?
Um, it's kind of fluctuated as you've been traveling, but since you have wind blockage here, probably just a little below freezing.
Okay, then I'll have no problem here, given my winter-touched blood. In a display of homeliness, I will begin to undress at least most of my armor, rather than gravitate towards the warmth and continue to speak to the equally hardy half-orc man. But I will urge the rest to go in. I'm gonna put all my armor out here. I see no need to enter this building in full plate, so just buckles, bands, leather straps, and I'm just like right in the cold.
Gotcha. Rest of you, are you all taking this opportunity to head inside out of the cold?
Yeah.
Ursa might linger 'cause she is winter touched as well.
Okay.
Probably making some offhanded comment. It's warmer down here.
Aye.
All right.
Lindsay will just kind of give a little head nod to the orc and just Lindsay. And she'll slowly head on in.
As you all start to make your way in, the other individual does step out, almost meeting you at the door. A human male, as far as his immediate lineage would present. Oh, my apologies. I meant to greet the master and let him know you were coming, and then come greet you. And sorry. Anyways, yes, welcome to the estate. We are very pleased to have you all here. You could all just present your invitations. I don't want just anyone coming in to see the master.
Master.
Of course. Not a problem actually. Give me 1 second though. I walk back over to Aaron, who still has mine.
I'm handing it over.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. If I didn't have my head strapped to my neck, I'd just fall off. Thanks.
Dude.
And
Go back and present my invitation.
Dude is presented. He takes it from you, or of course, allowed entry into the warm hunting lodge.
Immediately to the fire.
I think having put down the wolf, gone back to help Walter with the wolf, and then having put it down in front of the half orc, Togro would just skip up. Yeah, as I said, he's just skipping along, big smile on his face. Hold up his hand to this human, say, "I'm Togro," and pull with his other hand, pull out the now even more chewed invitation that clearly One Eye is nibbling on it in his pocket.
Oh, wonderful. Just like kind of takes it just with the thumb and the forefinger. Shakes it a little bit. Right. Please,
When
come.
I was hungry.
One eye. Of course. There's absolutely no recognition of what you're saying. He's just trying to get you inside.
And Toguro would just skip as soon as he's waved on. He would just skip on by.
Okay.
As Finzi hands hers over, she's gonna kind of hold on to it for a moment as he goes to take and be like, one would think that someone would know who they've invited to dinner. And she'll like let it go and just walk in, not waiting for an answer.
One would think. You are allowed in.
Ursa presents hers, slightly bloodstained.
And takes it. Two of you that are left out here, what are your perception DC?
My perception DC is
It is.
it's 19.
Where would that be?
Just your bonus you have to perception plus 10.
17.
Okay. Well, you hand it over and you are waved in. Arn being the last one out here and having the best view of this. The blood-soaked invitation that draws the eyes of the human male. As unlike with the others, he didn't watch them go in, smile. Eyes just kind of stayed drawn. The blood-soaked parchment. Just a few more minutes than seemed necessary. Was just visually drawn to it.
Does Ursa notice this?
Unfortunately, no. We're
Okay.
allowed in, and the smell of food, the smell of fine spiced wine and mead hits you, and it's just like a magnet.
Oh, mead. It's been far too long.
Jareth, of course, gives his companion a nod and is helping to haul the wolf inside. So it is just the humanoid individual and Arn left outside.
Is there anything I would note about this individual that I would pick up beyond that they were sort of taken aback by the invitation in some capacity?
As you have kind of just had some time now while you're undoing the armor to give him a glance over, you can see that there is kind of a sunkenness to the cheeks a little bit, very defined facial features, very clean-cut, proper, dark brown hair that's underneath his thick winter coat. There's the silks of almost noble finery. And it could just be the fact that there's not a ton of sun up here or anything, but they are a fairer-skinned individual.
To some of the wolf meat, boy. They're strong. They'll make you well.
I believe that the wolves aren't the only ones that are strong.
I'm gonna just sort of like as I'm removing my equipment, I'm gonna pick up the shield that I set down. It'll come apart a bit. The wood is separated, and it's sort of held by the metal that binds it on the edge. So it sort of comes up as if I were to hold a book from its hard cover, and I'll stare at it. I'm not looking at the shield. I'm looking at the memory of having fought the wolf that nearly killed me. Contemplated. Well, blessing of old Deadeye either way. Come. And I'll just head in.
In that memory, is the notion or the feeling of the pain that you suffered from the injury, did that cross your mind at all?
It does. That's exactly what the memory was.
And almost at the moment that the thoughts of pain that had been inflicted on you cross your mind, you see the eyes about half closed and just kind of unfocused. He just stares off into the mountainside for just a second, collects himself. Yes. Sorry, your invitation.
I imagine we can move in now. I'll do so.
At the sound of the wind.
Upon entering the building, can I please use my senses?
Absolutely. As you all have walked in, the sounds of very faint orchestral music plays to greet you. As it didn't start until the first of you had come in, and the fact that you can see no band does seem magical in nature. Are you
Always
using
fascinated by that.
Are you using your deck of cards?
Not yet, no. I just want to get a general, since my spirit sense is always on.
Okay.
Just to see if any and how many spirits there may be around.
Roll your occultism for me.
And going around touching random things.
Nice done. Can absolutely feel otherworldly presence in not quite everything but that you're touching, but like you pass by a mounted bear and you can feel essence back there. Pass by the table and you can feel presence of something. It's not quite in the table, but just in the area. This house, this lodge is full of whatever this is that you're feeling. It's everywhere.
Hey, in which case I'm going to start to activate my bracelet. Takes 10 minutes and I'll do so while just walking around.
With the sound of music greeting you and more servants now, as you can see, they're all kind of dressed in the same, like worker attire, black vest over white long sleeve shirt, all haircuts all trimmed the same way. They start bringing out roast pig, roast vegetables, fruits, cheeses. They go to each place setting at this long dark oak table where there's only 12 chairs currently set up, but they're spaced enough that they could fit. And they just start filling the goblets full of what definitely smells like a spiced wine.
think Wally's more than happy to just like, get a goblet of wine and find a nice place to kind of loiter as all these things are being brought out. Right, I'm not sure if there's like a waiting area or like a couch, or you know what I mean, something where we can wait before the actual food is set. But he's just kind of chilling there, looking around, watching all this, and he's really curious about the music. So I think he pulls out a pair of like glasses and like dusts them off and puts them on, and just exhales as like the lenses kind of flash a bit with just a prismatic film, and he casts detect magic because he's just curious as to what they're doing to actually make this music happen.
Detect magic.
Because this is really cool to him. He just casually sips his spiced wine while he's looking around at stuff.
How much mental damage do you take
In
from
a
magic?
30-foot emanation, there is a roaring fireplace that is certainly giving off the feeling of magic. The door frame that you all had come in, various runes that are etched above and around it, all certainly emanate magic. The source of the music, however, just kind of seems to be like, even as you're walking, it doesn't get quieter or louder, it just exists.
Huh. Impressive. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just keep poking around at stuff until dinner's set, making casual conversation with people as we're waiting.
Gotcha.
All right. Ursa she's going to be very like proper Viking shield maiden, digging into the meat. Not gonna lie. um, she definitely has like either a ham hock or a turkey leg in one hand. And she's gonna size up the wait staff a little bit.
Okay.
Like she's seeing if any of them would be proper warriors.
Definitely not. They
Okay.
are tall, thin humans, as far as you can tell at a glance. There's not a whole lot of meat on their bones.
Okay, then she's definitely going to be like, anytime one passes, she's going to offer them food. You eat. If you stuck your tongue out, you would look like a zipper.
They just, give you that waiterly smile. Oh, sir, no, I couldn't. This meal is meant for you.
I insist. You look more ragged than my uncle's starving calf. Eat.
Greatly appreciate your concern, sir, but it is forbidden. Meal is not for us. We are not warriors like yourselves.
Just because one is not a warrior does not mean that one does not deserve to eat.
Aye, Ursa. We need not disrupt the natural order of things. If we wish for them to drink and dine with us, we simply invite the head of house.
I could play xylophone on these ribs.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
see
I've
this,
seen a goblin carry a wolf up a mountain. They could be well.
the staff, like the wait staff, is using this opportunity of you guys conversing, just take a few steps backwards and then quickly dart back into the kitchen.
Oh, come back. They must be feeding these bread and salt. Just bread and salt, I'm sure.
Togro, Binzi, are you guys taking a seat or some more exploring?
I would say for Togro, he is as soon as he saw the food on tables, you're just I'm imagining like a buffet. He sees all this food lined up and his eyes just get wide. And you wouldn't think his smile could get any bigger, but it does. It's almost like his face is gonna split in half. He's so excited, and he just runs up when he gets in. And now, since he's 3.5 feet tall, I imagine the table is more like right here, so he's standing on his tiptoes to try and see what's up there. He's reaching up, grabbing this and stuffing it in a pocket, grabbing a roll, grabbing an apple, maybe grabbing a turkey leg, starting to nibble on it. And
The staff does come over. Sir, you would like, you may take a seat. These chairs are meant for you. You do not have to stand and eat.
thank you. Plate. And he's just looking around for a plate.
They're finishing the process of, setting up each individual place setting, with the perfectly aligned forks, all three of them, and the perfectly aligned spoons, all three of the various size spoons, and the various knives all laid out above the plate.
Yeah, I imagine he's almost doing the Togro's been pulling a. He looks like Bluto as he's from Animal House, filling his plate with food and occasionally stuffing something into a pocket. Like a little scrap of roll into his one pocket, that if any of the others notice him, you would know he's handing something to One Eye. And then he would proceed to find a seat, probably next to Walter.
You sit down. Walter just, has his chalice of spiced wine and some food in front of him. He just gives you like a little cheers.
And he would do the same. Togro, big smile, like, they have turkey legs. And he'd hold up the turkey leg as if to bump it against your chalice.
It's
So.
Not turkey, that's... okay. Yes, of course. And then the staff moves on.
Yeah. Good spread.
Vincy, anything?
Benzie will watch Togro eat and just wait a few minutes and see if he drops dead. See if there's any odd effects on him. She's kind of watching everyone. She'll see if she can go meander and peek in the kitchen, or if she'll get shooed away.
Oh yeah, when you get near the door, one of the staff just to stop you with that. Madam, I'm so sorry, but that area is for the staff. If you would please take a seat. The master should be with us shortly.
Oh, I was just hoping to have a chat with the chef, perhaps.
Chef is quite busy getting everything ready, but as soon as he is available, I will send him out for you.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, no, she'll go sit down and she'll just pull out the cards, on top of all of the finery.
I think as you pull the cards out, Walter's gonna look over and be like, "What are those?"
These are. It's an old mage deck. It's how I see how things are. And she'll just kind of give him a wink and do a quick little 3-card layout.
Real cool. Are you is that something you're doing now, or just out for no pressure? I wasn't sure if you were doing something with them. That'd be kind of cool. Sorry, I used to be a teacher, so I get real excited when I see new stuff. So, I figure ask the question, see what happens, right?
Yeah, she'll just like flip over like a 7 of Pentacles. Oh yes, I'm doing something with them right now.
Very cool.
And she'll flip over 2 more cards. Oh, I don't know if this will send to you, but I'm gonna give it a go.
Okay. It sure did. Okay.
I don't like it. I don't know if it applies, but I don't like it.
So just at a quick glance, you know that the energies here are definitely aligned with your natural abilities. The first card you draw being the history of the area around you. Yet hard work, diligence, blood, sweat, and tears went into this place. It was built on the back of manual labor, of dedication, of pure passion and drive. The current get nothing but empty coldness. That passion and drive gone is just a vacant shell that holds the present. The future is a struggle. Struggle to maintain what you have, trying to fight back for what you've lost.
She'll just look over to Walter and uh, eat up while we can. Kind of put him back together.
Eyes the cards, goes, it's not, that's, so, that bad, huh? All right. Well, at least we got dinner.
All right.
So shoveling some food in, kind of matching speed with Torgo at that point.
And
Togro
Togro,
is stuffing his face.
Togro has not yet dropped dead.
Good.
Not yet. Yeah.
Not yet.
She'll kind of have a Ezo mimic her, and he'll start to pick away at the food that's on her plate.
Okay. As you all are in the process or varying degrees of devouring your dinner, of course, your drinks are refilled as soon as they're empty. And then staff who is currently serving around the table all just stop. They kind of go to this attention, almost like military style. They all stare up the small staircase that leads up and out of sight. Heavy footfalls make their way down the steps. Cheerful music slowly cuts out. We're just left with sound of a crackling fire, very faint sound of wind buffeting against the lodge. A figure that strolls down, dressed purely in crimson silk, pure nobleman's attire, with gold trim beating up. It's probably pure gold buttons. A long fur cloak that stretches out from the neck, drags all the way along the floor. A long obsidian cane in one hand clicks against the wood as he walks. What once was probably jet black hair and beard, now littered, sprinkling of white, betraying the attempted appearance of a younger man. but they're definitely getting up there in the years. Unlike most of his staff, this figure is not the tall, thin, meatless man that I've grown accustomed to seeing here, but a full, filled out hunter. You can see scars along the face and along the hands, a currently empty scabbard on his hip. He strolls up to the table, the head of the table, of course. Anyone that's not seating, he kind of just gestures to take a seat. Then will sit himself. Goblet of spiced wine is brought out to him as the staff all, as soon as he is seated, return to their duties, quickly topping off anyone's drinks before all disappearing into the.
Are we to assume you are the one that sent these invitations?
Eyes look up from the drink, meeting yours. There's just like a pressure behind the stare. Of course.
Oh, good. I was wondering because you didn't really introduce yourself. I thought that would be polite.
My deepest apologies. Where are my manners? I am Lord Eisengrud Grimhollow. As far as I know, the last of my name. A cursed name. But one I intend to bring back to the light.
I
Yes,
am Ursa Freyr's daughter.
like kind of holds. He tips the goblet towards you and like cheers.
Gal.
Rest of you. And you all are.
Nice to meet you. I'm Walter Miller. Uh, just happy to be here. Lovely dinner, lovely home. How did you do the music?
There are enchantments in these walls that run older than, I would dare say, any here.
Well, super lovely. Thanks for having us.
I'm on Thane. We were names in your invitation. Yes, we need little introduction unless you're ready to admit you don't know who we are or why we were invited to this place.
Nods a little as you say that. I will admit that there were not 5 invitations that went out. There were many. In fact, were enough that even trying to track what we anticipated on arriving was immeasurable. We wanted the strongest, most capable, most feared warriors could gather.
Yeah.
I do hope that is what is before me.
Why is your name cursed?
The grim hollow name carries very little meaning, most. those who do know what it means, what it stands for, know that it is full of demon worship, of hatred, of isolation, of a desire to rule and be better, not to be respected, feared. Glad they're all dead.
How truthful is he being?
Make a blind perception check, please.
Arn is deathly afraid of demons. Um, no issue with devils. But a demon, a linorm, or a hag will send him spiraling. So I'm going to take a will save. I don't know what the DC is here, but it's probably set on the person we're speaking to. I have bravery, but let me know if an 18 fails.
I would say that an 18 be a success, which for you
Okay.
counts as a critical success.
That's good.
Um,
Arn is not comfortable.
I would imagine visibly uncomfortable.
Yes.
How knowledgeable would you say Arn is about hags?
Hags, if they fall under the nature check, I'm in a good spot. But I have a feeling occultism better suits them, depending on what the rules say.
I guess
Arn
I'll
knows the
just
lore.
DM, would he recognize me for what I am? Because she don't hide it.
Hags technically fall under society.
I can roll that.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, well, all this mention of monsters and no, not based on level.
And the thoughts certainly creep into your mind.
Yeah.
But no, there's no recognition there in his eyes to you, Benzie.
Okay.
Sorry, I think I interrupted you, Arn.
I had nothing.
Does look to you, Vincy. Others have introduced themselves.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to change how I was going to introduce myself. So, Binzi Bormain, Hag's daughter.
I thought I smelt something familiar. And I mean that with, of course, the utmost respect.
She'll give a little nod and be like, well, as long as you don't have a hag in the attic somewhere, we should be fine.
I have no hag in the attic.
Nothing under the floorboards.
Now that I can make no promises of.
My perception check give me anything?
I mean, his posture, his tone, none of that would give you the idea that anything he said has been less than.
Oh. Is he eating?
He's not.
Okay.
And then he looks over to Togro.
Yeah, Togro this whole time has been kind of bouncing, ADHD kid, basically bouncing around. Not quite sitting still. He hears mention of when he mentioned that he didn't send out 5, he sent out many, Togro would have counted up to 5 on his hand and be like, "Oh, okay, that's 5." Then would have been feeding something to One Eye, would have started nibbling on something himself, been kind of paying attention to what everybody else is saying, and then looking around. He really is like a little kid. And as soon as he catches the eye of the master of Grim Hollow, he would pause for a moment, kind of cock his head to one side, look behind himself, look back. Oh, Togro! And reach out to shake his hand. And One Eye, I think, sleeping.
Nods at you with a apprehensive stare, but lets it go.
And Togro would keep his hand out for a little while longer.
He just kind of brushes past it, not
If he
acknowledging
doesn't
it.
get it, if he doesn't get a response, like I think Walter kind of reaches over and does the like fist bump back to somebody, just so he doesn't leave a bro hanging.
Bimsy will pipe in. Togo brought you a gift from our way out.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Togro would be rooting through his pockets and pull out the wolf, and then pull out the wolf's tooth and hold it out with both hands. From Big Wolf. Very big.
He will get
And
up,
armed.
just casually stroll over to you. Now the full height of his frame, very, very easily comparable to the rest of you. And he stands good 6'3", just a massive frame of a man that walks over to Togro, holds his hand up for the tooth.
And Togro would just put it right in Grim Hollow's hands.
Takes it, and one of the hands closes around it and squeezes. Just looks at you and nods, still squeezing the hand to the point where blood is now starting to get drawn from his palms. Turning to his seat, setting the now very bloody tooth there on the table next to him. Capable warriors. I was not wrong. But we're not here to listen to an old man ramble. And he snaps his fingers. A couple of the staff come running out of the kitchen, each holding a small satchel. You can hear the jingling of coins as they do. They're one by one brought to each of you. If anyone were to want to count it or take an estimate, it does seem to be about 30 gold.
Hey. Wally just, grabs it, gives a polite nod to the servant that brings it out, and just puts it inside of his one of the pouches on his belt. He doesn't count it.
Um, would Arn, because you kind of caught this the first time, would you make a perception check for me?
Absolutely.
Love
Let's
to.
see. Yeah. Hmm. A 20.
Oh yeah,
30,
absolutely.
natural 11.
Each of the eyes of the servants as they come to the table, at some point or another, they just flicker to the tooth. The blood-covered tooth. Almost like instinctual that they are fighting. And then have to draw themselves away and rush back off into the coins are distributed amongst you. He sets his goblet down, still hasn't touched the food. Now kind of leans back in the tall, almost like throne-ish chair at the head of the table. It's got that tall head that's like 2 feet higher than it needs to be. It is just carved unnecessarily. Kane, like, now kind of propped up in his lap. This house. This cursed house. My ancestor, as I dare not call him my father, did unspeakable evils here. I need you, should you be willing to accept it, to venture where I cannot, where I have sent many and they have failed, and rid this house what is keeping that evil bound here.
Imsy will make the hand motion to continue.
My lineage comes from that of fiendish worship. That is something that I may not be proud of, but I will not shy from. There is a workshop in a cursed place. A place full of dark magics, of evil souls, of one in particular, my ancestor, who failed in his duties, in his bloodline, and is bound there for an eternity. I can venture no closer than this lodge. But find it. You could destroy whatever is holding it here, whatever allows its form to remain. The rest of the reward would be yours. My deepest gratitude. And maybe future partnership.
An interesting proposition. You have many assistants, much staff in this lodge. Have they not tried to rid your lands of your what sounds to be an undead sire?
Not undead. Undeath is manageable. It is, well, certainly frowned upon by certain deities, certain misguided mages. It is a useful tool for proper hands. No, this is fiendish magic.
Yeah, Ursa's eye twitches a little when he starts talking about beneficial undead, considering her eidolon is a psychopomp.
Yep.
Ah,
Okay.
fiend.
Interesting.
So then, what form does your uh, ancestor take, if not one of an undead? Is he now a fiend?
I believe so. As I have said, I can venture no closer.
Why is that?
Because, as powerful I have become in my years of training and study, there is very little that can overcome the power of my blood is cursed in this place. I refuse to follow in the steps of my family, and that is the price I pay.
It's a nice self-preservation technique, really.
That is why I hire people like you.
How many have you fed to it?
Over a dozen.
So I would be correct in assuming we are not the first group of adventurers to share dinner with you under these circumstances, then.
Of course not. I hold no guise. There is no falsehoods. If you wish to leave as soon as the meal is over, do so. I have no need or desire to hold weak-willed warriors within my home.
Weak-willed, we would say.
If we're sitting, I stand.
You'll pardon an interruption, but a legendary falsehood is that we're weak of will.
Then perhaps the gods have brought the correct champions to my door this time.
Perhaps the gods have brought us to slay a fiend.
There's just a wide smile that has just crossed his face.
How is Arn looking at the moment? Because he sounds kind of foamish.
Arn's fine. Arn is actually, if you would like to try to read Arn, there is some context
Oh,
probably that's missed.
I
Or
mean,
make-
absolutely. Like full
Yeah.
on, like lean forward and like,
Yeah.
go for it.
Yeah, well, it's a perception versus my DC of depending on where the skills tab is. My DC is very low.
Well, in
Um,
which case, I will nudge my fate.
I don't know what you got, but you probably beat it. I mean, I think my DC is 10.
Yeah, that definitely beat.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, nudge fate gives me +1.
Well, then you got it. Arn is very afraid. This is fight or flight, and he chooses now, while he still has the choice, to maybe fight. Hence both hands on a long sword. You've seen them used with two hands. You can see still the shield that was hung on the wall looks more like a dream catcher. So there's not a lot of defending himself here. But for that, if he had hair on his back long enough to stand out through what's left of what he wears on it, they would be doing so. But there's some terror under the eyes.
Not knowing that any of it may be directed at her, she'll be like, fighting demons somewhere else. She'll like glance at his hands on the sword. We've yet to get there.
Well, if this
That-
one is going to be throwing themselves into a battle with the demon, I will most likely be there as well. He shuns most forms of magical healing. More fragile, perhaps.
So I think we have a great group to go after. Some fiendish entities for sure, for sure. And while he's kind of just like swirling the goblet in front of him and like occasionally sipping while he's thinking. You mentioned he says something about a prize at the end. Out of character, I'll be honest. While he doesn't care about it, he just wants in a second to like kind of inhale the top of the spiced wine a bit, like kind of like run the goblet under his nose,
Mhm.
and read the air of the situation, um, and kind of cast that spell to see is there anything that we are missing that's going to put us into danger.
Um,
Nice.
being tricksy with it. Okay. Yeah, make a society check.
Ready.
Okay.
Technically 23 actually because of the +1. Well, no, that's diplomacy. Never mind. JK. I can read. Promise.
Okay.
But yeah, like whatever he says about the prize, I'm watching Grim Hollow, I'm watching these interactions, I'm watching the servants just as this dinner kind of progresses to see if there's any other subtext that's being missed.
I am going to send you a quick.
Sounds good.
Hmm.
And of course, while it's happening to cover for the question I asked, because 30 gold's a good deal of gold, and if there's more prize and there's more collaboration, well, I'm always looking for more things to do, especially as well, things are slowing down. Kids are out of the house. I got time on my hands, so I'm more than happy to come up and
Yes, the agreed upon additional 30 gold. Of course, or welcome to stay here as long as you would like, and further partnership in a, I would hope to be blossoming friendship.
keep that music going. I'll stay as long as you let me. And kind of just let the laughter fade on that one or whatever, and then take a sip and go back to
Okay.
eating dinner.
Question.
Mhm.
In the scheme of things, how much is 30 gold to fight a demon that's eaten 12 people?
Technically 60.
Technically, the invitation only says 30 upon listening.
Yeah, 30 upon arrival and then 30 for.
Economy's in shambles. I love it.
I mean, then around any of the towns around the base of this mountain in the area, 60 gold would probably help you to live pretty comfortably for a long while. Or live one hell of a night.
Penthouse Vegas party.
Then none of you have left. No one has fled. I can assume that you are at least considering my offer.
Oh yeah, I'm on board.
Togro is muted. I don't know if you mean to be or not.
Yeah, I was just muting. A habit out of character. That's just a habit. Whenever I'm streaming, I always mute myself to avoid any potential background noise.
Sense.
No worries. I just know that accidental muting
Mhm.
happens sometimes, so I just
Yeah, no. Togro would have been back in character. Togro would have been kind of looking between everybody as everything's going on, kind of just watching and listening. Then he would chime in. I'm happy to help. Always willing to help my friends.
admirable quality, to be sure.
Hmm.
The rest of you. On, you said, seem
Right.
ready to leave at a moment's notice.
We're to slay this thing. It's the path.
We are in agreement. If you would like, I will return to my chambers. I will give you all much privacy as you require. Would like, and spend the night. Leave in the morning, if that is your wish.
That's real kind of you. Do you mind if I quick question? So, you said about a dozen people have gone down this route and they weren't very successful, and you seem to think that we're the warriors that fit what you're asking for, and you can't seem to get near your ancestor, but why do I get the sense that you're scared or something?
The grip he has on the top of the obsidian cane just tightens. Knuckles go just pure white.
Can't imagine you're scared for our health. I would appreciate it if you were, but I don't.
Fear, not a luxury I have had for a long, long while. Not confuse that with simple self-preservation. This thing needs to die. Either you are capable, will kill it, or you are brave fools and will die.
Wally puts on a big old smile and goes, well, hopefully it's the first. For real though, if you got anything else that could give us a leg up, because it benefits you that we live.
Diplomacy check.
Okay. uh, I get a +1 bonus on my next diplomacy check to make an impression on creatures present. Does that count?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. 1. It's a 15 at the end. I didn't add the 1.
Okay.
So.
If require, we do have healing salves available. Wounds that you currently have can be tended. But otherwise, would hope that capable warriors would come prepared.
One would think that if someone wants a demon to be slayed, that they would do as much in their power to help those that they are sending off to death's door. Odd.
What would you ask of me? What assistance could I provide you?
Quite frankly, I don't know what you can do.
And I don't know what you.
Helping versus doing.
Hmm.
Yeah, gets up from the chair, sitting the grip on the top of his cane, kind of regaining the composure. You can still see the occasional glance over at Wally. comment kind of stung a little. I will
He
be.
says, "Oh, God."
Oh, go ahead.
Apollo says, "No, in all seriousness, thank you uh, for the preparation." And I mean that sincerely. Like I know I can kind of sound sarcastic when I'm trying to be sincere. Like that's me out of character, but yeah. Thank you for the help.
Nods. I will be in my study.
I have maybe one last question. If this fiend is left in this workshop and seems to have to stay in the workshop? Question mark?
It has not fled yet.
In how long?
In as long as I have been here.
So what is your... That was a very vague, non-answered question.
I would think of it this way. It has been feeding on adventurers such as us for quite some time now. I don't think it's going to move away while it still has access to prey.
Or what if it can't move away? What's in its location, Sir Grimhollow?
All of the research, magics, the tomes, everything that belonged to my ancestor.
That did demon worship.
Correct.
Guess I'm not following the you want the demon stuff in order to what?
What is done? Research and supplies left in that workshop is for me to know. If that is all your questions, I will return to my study. If you wish to venture off tonight, let my staff know. They will lead you on your way. Otherwise, we have guest rooms available. You may stay, or if you so choose, you may simply walk out that door now.
Just nod and raise the chalice again. Like, thanks.
Will make his way up the stairs.
So I don't know about y'all, but I'm bushed. I could definitely settle in for the night. It's only gonna get colder anyway.
I would agree, and I don't envy anyone who would fight a demon in the dark.
Mm. Ah, there we go.
Music slowly comes back.
In addition, I really don't like how he danced around the idea of undead.
He he danced so hard tonight that I'm sure his toes hurt.
Yeah, we're taking a look at what's in that library, correct?
Assuming we live,
We will live.
assuming that he's not hot on our heels prepared to enter. I know that he has servants aplenty and he will hear us no matter what. I trust him about as far as I can throw him, which is minuscule.
Right. If he is being honest about his hesitance to enter, that may give us at least some guarantee that he will not be tailing us for the entirety of this journey.
I feel like he's being pretty upfront. I mean, he came out and just talked about a lot of bad mistakes that his ancestors made and the situation he's in. And I don't condone messing around with fiendish entities, but hey, uh, he's paying us for a job, and at the end of the day, like how much he wants to tell us is it's important, right? But I mean, how far are we going to go into his life story?
Yeah, but it's not really much of a detriment to him because either he tells us and we go back down to the village and we tell stories of demon worship, and I mean there's even it's
I
either
would
far
also,
fetched or
yeah, I would
but
also add, we don't actually know what specifically is being used to keep a demon here.
and another thing that bothers me is he skirted around how often, or excuse me, how long he has been here.
Considering his attitude on undead, that concerns me as well. But at the very least, we do have a demon to kill. All else may be secondary. Slit its throat. Worry about this one after it's bleeding out on the floor.
I, for one, have not fought a fiend. Is it quite as simple as slitting its throat?
Well, that depends. GM, would we know of any reliable ways to slay a demon?
Make a religion check.
Ugh. Really?
Okay.
Not a cult? May.
Is there a bardic lore skill? Am I missing that?
If you have bardic lore, you would just add it as a new skill.
He doesn't know
Ooh.
anything.
You have hero points.
Yeah, let's use the hero point on that one.
Okay.
She's trained in it, darn it.
Nudge the fate.
Okay.
Much better.
18.
That's fun.
A lot of them aren't quite keen on the holy damage, the good aligned damage. But those that manifest here on the physical plane, even slaying them really only just is an delay method. But if it is truly bound here by some means, which would probably mean it's not entirely within its own willpower, slaying it would probably be the best bet to break those binds and, unfortunately, free it, which, unless you're willing to travel into the hells after it, is probably the best you're going to get.
Well, at the very least, we can kill its manifestation on this plane. My divine lances are powered by good energy, so there is that. And so long as it is on this plane, it bleeds like anything else.
GM, would I be aware of what kind of magic it might take to bind a demon to a location? Like, I feel like that's some pretty high-powered shit, but I don't know if Binsey would have much of an idea.
From what he was saying, this sounds like a curse. In that, if the bloodline that so openly worshipped their fiendish overlords ever failed, they would not be given eternal rest. They wouldn't be given eternal reward. They would be doomed to suffer in their failure. So it's not so much that someone specifically created a binding rune as it is the individual probably put this curse on themselves, or their someone down the line did, to ensure that their family would never stop trying or risk has happened here.
Which means that he either wants the research to try and break it or for other notorious means.
Yeah.
And the fact that he wouldn't answer that, I don't like it.
I figured out where or what bonus I would get for Bardic lore on religion. Is it worth making the check, or is it already good with everything that's covered?
Go for it.
All right, cool. So if I read that correctly, I count as trained for knowledge checks to recall information.
Because it's a lore check, they slightly...
Ooh.
Okay. What is something that you would like to know?
We talked about the demons and how they can be killed here, but they may return basically to the lower planes and still be alive, inconvenienced. If we're gonna kill them, I want to know what some of the best things to use are, or at least things to avoid.
Um,
Or one or the other.
I mean, cold iron tends to be good. Obviously good damage. Things to avoid would be anything non-magical. You're likely to not really scratch it. Depending on what exactly this thing is, negative damage might not be overly useful.
Okay. Yeah, I think Walter goes over that. It's just kind of listing this off from a book he read a couple of years ago. It's like, oh yeah, I read that if we got cold iron and magic, that's going to be good. Anything that's like negative energy is probably going to be not very effective, depending on the type of demon it is, and kind of guesswork from there, right? But big thing is having some sort of, I guess, magical component to our weapon as we go in is going to make a big difference.
Thankfully, Helga's blade can inflict both positive and negative damage, so that is a benefit, I think.
That's wonderful. Yeah, how's that work? That's really cool. And ask a ton of follow-up questions about that because
Well, she is a Valkyrie. She is a psychopomp. One of their duties is to escort the glorious souls into the eternal battle paradise of the Maelstrom. And to handle those who yet remain moving despite their hearts stopping.
Huh. Wow.
And I cannot imagine they are any fonder towards demons.
Yeah, let's hope she brings some of that battle fury tomorrow. It'll be wild to see.
I think she will be more than happy to do that.
Excellent.
Well, assuming that you are all going to stay the night, are there any objectors? All right.
Ursa isn't going into any of the rooms. She's actually going to stay by like the fire.
Okay.
Arn will accompany Ursa. The Eidolon, would they attend this camp out, or are they fizzled away?
That's a good question. Eidolon. Oh, new class. Who
I
dis?
mean, they're out as long as you would like them to, unless you want to poof them away.
Yeah, they're out unless you poof or unless they, well, die.
That's all.
That's all.
Death or duty.
Oh my god,
Yeah?
can you imagine if you shrinked her? Oh, she'd be so cute.
So there is an option for small eidolons.
I
Yeah. It'd be interesting for a beast eidolon. A little tiny ferocious animal.
She's like a little fairy Valkyrie.
You
Ah,
could ride One Eye into battle.
Yeah? Or you get
yes.
well, yeah. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would dissipate her on a long rest. So yeah, she just kind of keeps a constant vigil
Okay.
because she's awesome.
Yeah, actually, seeing that, well, first off, I want to go check out the room, and then I'll, bring down pillows and blankets, because I'm sure that it's, the finest stuff possible.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Dragging all of that down onto the floor.
Also staying out in, that main kind of living area.
Yeah, see, trust no one, die alone, but psychopomp, so that works for me.
Arn, did that answer your question about the Eidolon sticking around?
Yeah, it does. Arn would speak to this Valkyrie at length for comfort in the fight against a fiend. He, a mortal man, and a Valkyrie would both agree that fiends of all sorts, be them daemons, demons, or devils, have no place in the great beyond, save for their accidental existence, and they should be fought on all fronts, no matter the risk.
A lot of it is a fairly one-sided conversation, met with a lot of grunts, nods, occasional almost smile, not quite, but almost.
That's all Arn has.
Then, as you all bed down for the evening, are you all staying in the just dogpiling blankets and pillows into this central chamber? Are any of you going into the rooms?
You know what? I think at one point Wally was gonna go up to the room, and he's actually seen people basically make this blanket for it, and he's like, you know what? This reminds him of one of those real fun class field trips that he likes to go on, or at used to before he retired. So I think he's just gonna grab some stuff and set up uh in the center with everybody else.
All right.
Yeah, and I think Togro, seeing everyone else, same thing, would stay downstairs near the fire. Probably, though, he would just kind of wrap the cloak around himself a little bit and curl up in a chair in one of the comfy chairs near the fire. Probably falling asleep, petting One Eye as he just slowly drifts, because he's probably kind of lived on the streets a little bit. His background as a scavenger, so he's used to just curling up with his cloak around himself.
Okay. Then, as you all get your rest for the evening, would you all go down to the bottom of your chat there, where it should say public role, just change that over to a blind GM role.
Okay.
And then roll a will save for me.
Oh no.
Fascinating.
Is this anything having to do with psychic bullshit?
It could. Is there a
Eh.
specific kind of psychic bullshit?
No, I'm gonna post the thing.
Yes, you would have a +2.
+2.
Okay. Who am I missing? Elgro.
Yeah, and would this have? I'm just quickly reading something. I think I have the possibility of a +1 due to Togro having the twitchy feet.
Okay.
Is anybody using deception or diplomacy?
No.
Okay. Well, in that case, then it doesn't apply. So let me go ahead and roll that for you then.
Perfect. Yes, actually, that's a great point. So, as the night progresses, the fire eventually dies down. Doesn't fully go out. Dies down enough to dim the room, let you sleep. Maybe 5, 6 hours into your rest, there's just the sound of metal clanging to the floor. Spinzy's amulet slips off, clatters to the ground.
She'll look to Izzo and kind of give him a shoulder wake up. She'll be like, "Where are they?" She'll like reach out to the closest person and be like, "Fuckery about."
It's in physical
What?
proximity. It's probably Arn that you're reaching out to and just like half slapping.
Great with my lovely half hag hands, which I'm sure he loves. Let me tickle you with my nails, darling. So I guess I half slap Arn to be like, "Fuckery about." And she'll like pick up the pieces of her now tarnished bracelet and someone's been trying to fuck with our heads.
I'm gonna do something
Yeah, I
if
love
I'm
it.
awake. I'm gonna find a ladder nearby, and I'm gonna set it on a wall.
Okay.
I'm gonna climb that ladder until I get to a support beam, a rafter,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna sit up on that rafter. I'm gonna begin to sing a song I learned from the land of the Lantern Kings. It translates to "Be gone, fairy dragon." Essentially, I'm attempting to banish whatever Fae I believe is lurking from the first world to be causing tricks and playing games with us. But I'm not aware that it might be connected to this overarching villainy. Arn is convinced that a Fae of some sort is playing tricks on us. So I will sit up on that rafter and sing away, as Arn's mother taught him, and Arn's mother's mother taught his mother. Beyond that, I'll likely be no use here.
As you start to sing, I think the thud of noise and the conversation and moving to the ladder especially woke Walter up, and he's like looking at this like, what in the world? And you start singing. After you do the first verse, Walter's like, hell yeah.
It's kind of
Like,
good though.
Yeah, it like reaches over for the guitar and like unwraps it and like kind of tries to follow the melody of what you're saying.
Yes.
So this could be another inspired competence, or this could just be good synergy. But um, Walter tries to give you a good melody to go with your song.
Absolutely.
Verusian string. Quite a talent there. Perhaps will please this fairy dragon.
So you got a lovely singing voice. You ever consider taking lead in a band?
I've led many a band. It was a path of war. Hmm. You come
Right.
from a different walk of life.
Very much so. My bands usually play at coffee shops,
Hmm.
but still, I respect the skill.
If I
Two
were traveled like yourself, I would partake. Do help me find this creature, though,
What's-
lest we lose the sleep we need.
two very
I'll
different worlds
continue.
colliding.
I'll continue to sing. You better make a craft check to try to write a song or something.
I mean, the words are there if you want to quickly like jot this down like as he's singing while you're inspiring. Yeah, make a performance check for me, and um, Arn, with your singing, um, I will actually let you re-roll the will save that you made. Like to.
Ooh. Let's try it. I didn't know I did badly, but yeah, let's give it a go.
That is going to make a difference.
Okay.
The room starts to like the light flickers along almost with the music to the sound of singing instrumental, and Arn, Lindsay, and Walter start to recognize that shadows grow a little deeper than they should be. Very faint amount of light there is. The walls themselves pulse with the light a little, seem to be expanding, darkening. Floor under you starts rotting, turning from this pristine wood to this dull gray. Entire room, very slowly, almost a mocking sense of following along with the beat, starts to change. Togro, Ursa, it's just a lovely song.
Y'all have seen this, right? I mean, I think he like misses a chord at one point as like the room changes a little bit, and then like refocuses and then keeps playing as he's like looking around.
I mean, Ursa is like sawing log, so she probably just kind of waits up. Mom, I don't want to eat the surstrumming. Wait, why are you playing this late at night?
There's mental fuckery about, and I'm not sure if it's, well, which way it is.
Mantle, that like stone archway over top of the fireplace. The lights flicker on and off of it. Stone changes just a hair every time it does. Every time the shadows consume it and the light comes back, it's a little different. You start to notice that a face is now forming stonework along the wall, the mouth just open wide and flames being right there in the mouth.
Kind of point the neck of the guitar towards it while I'm strumming, so just everyone else sees it. Like, seriously, you see this, right?
Do I see this?
Oh, absolutely, you do.
Oh, I'm off the ladder.
Oh,
the
what? Right.
like the ceiling where you had just been planted is now just visibly wet and dripping this like mucus. And you can see these from your vantage point especially, see like these dark purple growths starting to just seep their way into the room from corners of the shadows, from walls where it just seeps down, collects into a pile, and then forms into not a creature, but an entity that almost beats with a heartbeat. The entire thing. Room is rapidly turning nightmarish.
Ursa is going to draw her sword and she's going to cast light on it.
Dope.
Ursa and Togro, everyone's freaking out, but see nothing.
Well, yeah, you got to have on the nightlight.
Yeah.
Apparent for these guys, apparently. Maybe this will calm your minds and yeah. And she will mutter the incantations as she slowly brings her hand across the length of the blade as it lights up with that bright aurora power and casts bright light in a 20-foot radius.
Does that count as sunlight by chance? Just bright light.
It's just bright light.
There is a audible wail, a moan that just fills the room. One of pain, but pain not brought on so much by the light, but pain that's existed for centuries. Long-standing pain that just groans out. The wind was trying to blow over the house, and the house was groaning in resistance. The floor in the center of where you were all sleeping starts to crack. Wooden, now rotted floor rises up a good 2-3 inches with just this rumble until underneath of you is about a 20-foot wide raised dais. Rolled it. One of you rolled it. Walter, with the knowledge of what's happening, it kind of just clicking in your mind, the fact that you critically succeeded, you know that this isn't real. This can't be real. None of this is possible. We're all sleeping in this room. And yet everything you're touching, wet. It's like a dream, but it feels too real. Like to do.
I'd like to. Yeah, I would like to cast counter performance. It's myself or an ally within 60 feet rolls a saving throw against a visual, auditory, or a visual effect.
Okay.
It protects you and allies. Roll a performance check. Yeah. Stuff.
Yeah. Go for it.
Button. Cast. I don't have enough focus points. Is that like concentration?
You did take a rest, so any points that you spent should be back.
Okay.
Uh,
That is a mechanic I'm not as familiar with. That's at the very bottom of the spell casting.
yeah, it says you have one. Either way,
Okay. Yeah, I cast it, and I'll cast it on.
you or an ally within 60 feet. Yeah.
I think Arn. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's this thing, and I roll. Let's check.
With the way that Arn is reacting and is immediately on the defensive, and as is Binzi, it feels like the two of them are right there with you in that they're in that space. They can tell what's happening, but it's Togro and Ursa that look like they have no idea.
Oh, okay, cool. Then I'll cast it on Togro.
Okay.
And the way I do this is I'm just going to break the rhythm. Like you said, there was the thing was beating almost like a heartbeat and rhythm to everything else. So I will just immediately do a rhythm and melody change, and like just do like the screech down the strings of the guitar, and then change up from like a nice, I assume like Nordic battle hymn to just something completely crazy like country
Oh.
western.
I'm sorry, it's you and allies in the area, so it would affect both Togro and Ursa.
Fantastic.
So yeah, make a performance check.
Will do. I apologize for that taking a while. I'm still getting used
No,
to
not at
Foundry.
all.
You're fine.
17.
That is
So you're
much
just
better.
down the strings.
As Togro critically failed and Ursa just failed. As the performance counteracts with the heartbeat, the beating of the flame mixed with the beating of these gross pools of purplish flesh, the two of you snap out of that trance that was keeping you locked out of this space, and can see that the room has now turned into just this horrifying chamber.
Y'all seen this, right?
I imagine Togro was still half, if not 3/4 asleep, and just in his sleep tapping along with the beat of Arn's song, Arn's and Walter's song. And then as soon as Walter uses the counter performance, Togro his eyes just open wide as he stuffs. He would then stuff one eye into a pocket and draw his short sword, looking around like, whoa, what's this? What?
Since you all did have a chance to prepare, after I move you over, we'll have a chance to position yourselves where you want, and in fact, we'll get to act in a round first. As from the center of this raised stone dais in the center of the room, more of that growth starts to just seep up till it takes the form of human faces, but burnt out husks. Human, like, rib cages, but all kind of burnt together into what is forming to be one figure, hunched over, with two massive horns, almost like bull horns, sticking out of its head. The one glowing gem of what may be supposed to be an eye glances around the room, looking from one to the next. As unfortunately for him, all prepared.
Here we go. Okay.
So, you guys are welcome to position yourselves where you would like.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Hmm.
Probably like
I
there.
mean, where is the? I'm assuming this giant mouth thing is the fireplace
Yes.
over
Mhm.
here. Well, why can't I mark? There we go.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we were all kind of over here, so that's where I'm gonna be.
that case, I'll go back this way.
Wow.
Oh, you need your Eidolon.
Hey, GG.
Best standoff. 'Cause I'm a little squishy. Talk about the damage Arn took earlier in the fight, and I was like, oh my god! It's like, nah, it's fine. I'm like, are you sure, dude? Like that? Damage, bro.
There you go. It's your Eidolon. Give you control. You
Okay.
might already have control.
Not yet. No.
I have a question. Is it possible before we jump in to take a 5-minute break, or just take a break as needed?
Yeah, if you guys want, we can take just a quick 5. I can
Sounds good.
fix up this this token.
Yeah.
Moving my map
Alright.
work.
Then we'll be right back.
Heck yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. As we all return into the moment, with the room slowly corrupting around you, with growth just pouring through the walls, stonework just shoving its way up through rapidly decaying floor, and a creature of charred bones and skeletal remains crawls its way up out of the stonework. Let's go ahead and put you all into initiative.
All right.
I can remove your Valkyrie. Let's go to manifestation. Ew.
There's gold dice, though.
I love my gold dice.
Can we unprivate GM now?
Oh yes, yes, absolutely. Arn and Binzi.
Yeah.
Yep. I was unprivating.
Come on, Arn. Wait. I don't know. I'm totally drawing a blank. There it is.
Nice. Right. Pop out that combat tracker. Corner there. And as all of you were fortunately enough able to break through into this space, none of you are left behind. None of you are left defenseless, thankfully. So its first turn is going to be spent climbing up out of its confines. There you go. Which means that Binzi, you're up.
All right. This thing is disgusting. Is this clearly recognizable as demon?
There's certainly a demonic aura about it.
Lovely. Okay.
Like that non-answer?
Yeah, that non-answer works for me. Knowing what I know, I'm going to pluck a feather from Izo and just kind of like throw it at the creature, and I'm going to cast a spiritual weapon.
All right. Yeah. pluck the feather, toss it out, and it kind of floats at first, and then picks up speed and just rockets towards this creature. Your attack.
Me.
13 is unfortunately gonna miss.
Say what?
I know.
I didn't think that would be such a possibility.
And sustain it again on this turn. It's one of the few spells that you can sustain the turn you cast it and attack again.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll do that. Thanks.
Feather
Minus
just kind of
5,
floats
right?
around it. Yeah. And just waiting for your command, and you gesture again, and it goes in for another strike. That
Yeah.
time with a natural 20,
Thank
which
you.
is going to bring it to a success.
Oh my lord. All right.
What? Wait.
Woo. Yeah, you heard that right.
Okay.
5 points of force damage, yeah. This time it impacts, and it takes a moment to break through that layer of just burnt out husk, but eventually does bust into it, and it lets out just this jet of red, almost like blood, but the moment it touches air, it just evaporates.
Mm. Yeah, I'm assuming that's her turn.
All right. Arn.
All right. Well, Arn is in a sticky situation. I'm going to make a couple of assumptions here. The first thing that I can move 10 feet without encountering difficult terrain. The next movement will be difficult terrain. It takes 2 full movements. So first was, I don't know how to move. First is going to be 10 feet to get closer. And then the second move is going to be a 5-foot step to get closer. And then I'm going to use my throwing knife during to get a ranged attack
Absolutely, yeah.
at no penalty. So first 10 feet is not difficult, and then I'm moving through difficult terrain for the next diagonal step up.
It's getting that
I have a throwing knife in my hand
closing
instead of
attack with the
dropping it.
dagger.
Yep. And we are going to shoot ranged, which is not ideal.
Seems unfortunately
I
not going
kinda
to
hate
do
it.
it.
Nope. Step, strike. I have a light hammer in my other hand. So I'm relying on my reaction. I don't have a shield. Just kidding. Okay. All right. I have a light hammer in my other hand. Those are my actions.
You did have enough time during the night to probably fix it up a little and bring your shoe back to repairable use if you would like to have.
Okay. Yeah. That might be a thing next round. Okay.
All right.
See how it goes.
So you wanted to 5-foot step in, right? Or is that as close as you want it to be?
And then yeah, that's right. That's perfect right there.
Perfect. Walter.
Okay, so I burnt my focus point casting counter performance. Can I burn a heroic point to cast Inspire Courage?
You know what? Yeah. Sure.
It sounds like some shenanigans, but I might as well ask. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
So, go away. I'm adding here what's my full accident. Cool. So I cast Inspire Courage, so everyone gets the static +1 bonus to attack, damage, and saves against fear effects for until my next turn. And it's one action. I think the lingering music from that song change, like, just kind of flows through the air and brightens up the area a little bit, makes it a little less dark and scary, at least for a moment.
So, your Inspire Courage is a focus cantrip. It costs you no focus point.
Oh, even better.
So you still have your focus point.
Thank you. So, so I cast that. That's one action, and then I'm going to. I'll cast Chill Touch for now. So from 30 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20. Do you count diagonals as 5 in this one?
For ranged, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll join my spot slightly behind cover, but I'll cast within 30 feet. That'll be my second action for the turn.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Critical success.
All right, no damage, I guess then.
Yep.
Sounds good. But everyone's got that +1, so that's the important part.
Absolutely.
Done.
Torgo. Oh, bro. Sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, Togro seeing this thing appear, finally coming to and seeing this thing, is going to enter into his rage. He's just assuming it's the thing that they've been hired to hunt down. He's going to go ahead and enter into his rage, burning an action. And then just like earlier that day before, that afternoon before, he's going to use his sudden charge to, I just want to double check distance. Yeah, he's going to.
We're gonna get slowed a little bit by getting up that DS.
Okay. Yeah, so his movement speed is, well, in that case, so that's 35 feet. He can move with his double stride. He can move 50 feet.
Oh,
Would
yeah.
you say he could go ahead and make that
Absolutely.
move then?
Yeah.
Right there.
No problem.
And then targeting this thing, he's got his short sword in hand. His smile has gone to this bestial, almost grimace. His, pointed teeth bared as if he's gritting them. And he is going to take a swipe at this thing with his short sword.
Oof. That
How's a
absolutely
28
hits.
sound? For damage. For 10, I'm guessing, I don't know if, so 10 damage total. I'm guessing that's probably halved because he has a regular short sword.
Yeah, and the blade does strike, but as it does cut through, wound is almost immediately starting to heal a little behind it.
Mm-hmm.
11 points of damage, thanks to
Yep.
that down to 6. Gotcha. You just hurt yourself for 5.
Oh, did I hurt myself for 5?
Mhm.
Well, crap. I thought I had it targeted. Sorry about that. There we
That's
go.
all good.
Fix that. Well.
Anything else?
Nope, that's going to be all of his actions. So that is the end of his turn. He's just probably infuriated a little bit more by the hits.
All right. Then Ursa.
Okay, so boy oh boy, I think you know, Halika didn't get to swing her beautiful sword much, so I think what she's gonna do. So there's the fight together. Gonna use that. For Ursa's action, she's going to use the cantrip. Hold on. There's a cantrip, there's a cantrip, there's a cantrip somewhere. Protect companion. So that's one action. Send your aura as a magical shield that protects your Eidolon or a minion. Target gains a +1 circumstance bonus to AC until the start of your next turn, and you gain the life block reaction. So basically, her AC goes from 19 to 20.
Mhm.
Then my girl can't move the Eidolon, but basically get her within sword swinging distance. So take an action to stride,
Perfect.
and she's going to take 2 swings with her sword.
Okay, so all 3 remaining actions are going to Valkyrie.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay. So the first one is 20 plus 9 to hit Shavuski. That could have gone better. 15.
Not gonna do it.
Okay.
Or 16, but still.
16. Still. Okay, fair enough. And the second one will have -5 because of multiple attack penalty. So they'll bring it down to a +4, I believe.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh, it wanted to be
22?
a 2.
Well, now it's a 22.
The 23 with the +1
Or
from
23.
Inspire?
23.
23 will just hit.
Well, that is certainly good to keep in mind. Okay. So that is 1d8 plus 4 slashing damage. And we'll say 1 positive damage.
Gotcha.
Okay, there you go. So 11 points of slashing damage, 12 for that positive.
Perfect. Again, the blade. Is it a magic blade by chance, or is it just a longsword?
Let me look. There's a lot of stuff with the Eidolon. There's a lot of stuff for this class. That's kind of weird. Come on.
Well,
Okay.
you look it up. Let me know. For now, we'll
Okay.
count it as resistance. But if it does end up being
Yeah.
magical, I'll take off another.
Okay.
Now, manifestation gets to go. At the start of its turn, its frightful aura is going to turn on. So I need Ursa, Arn, Togro, and the Valkyrie to all make a will save.
Okay.
And you
I
all
got
have
a
a plus
15.
1.
I got a 16.
And that'll be a 20 for Togro.
Togro
And
doesn't
it'll
care.
be a 14 for Ursa. And just double check. We'll
Right.
save for my girl is +8, funnily enough. +8.
Dang.
Oh, yeah.
Dang.
24 for the Valkyrie.
Yeah. I mean, all of your companions seem to be standing firm. Well, you can see this thing. For all the firepower and all the damage that you just poured into this thing, it seems unfazed. And there's just that fear that strikes you.
Okay.
It is going to reach out to Togro, who decided to come up close. So kind of you. Is going to try to hit you with a corrupting touch.
Oh. Okay, so I do have a thing. I'm
Sure.
very sorry to interrupt.
Not at all.
So, not sure if this applies to demonic entities, but the Valkyrie, because she's a psychopomp, has Spirit Touch, and it says your Eidolon's unarmed strike her strikes affect incorporeal creatures as though etched with a ghost touch property room.
Perfect. Yeah, then your
That-
attacks go through.
Okay, cool.
Um,
That's good to know.
Togro, it reaches out to you, and there's just every ounce of warmth in your body, everything that makes you alive, feels like it's trying to be pulled from you. Will you make another will save for me?
That is going to be a 22. Actually, I think 23.
You, unfortunately for me, are going to succeed, which means that you are sickened one, as the entire process just turns your stomach upside down, but you do fend off the worse effects. Fortunately, that was 2 actions. So, this last action is just going to be to bat at that annoying angel that keeps trying to stab it.
That's fair.
That's an 18.
That does not hit.
Nope. Just catches air. Woof. Kinsey.
Yes. Well, I am going to, of course, sustain my spiritual weapon.
Go for
Or, that was an 18.
it. It's like a 2 to me.
It was clearly an 18.
If only.
Ah. Mm. Right, I'm realizing that I have the sustained, and I don't know if I can do. How is Arn, good old Arn, looking?
Arn's fine.
Physically.
He's
Mentally,
spooked. I believe he failed, so he's at least frightened 1, unless he critically failed.
no, you succeeded.
And he's
Okay.
Hey, really? Okay.
Yeah. Get a 16, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. We'll I can sustain again and go again, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, I have to click the cast, but that's annoying. In order for the multiple attack penalty to come up.
Mm.
That's
Oh.
also not going to do it. You know what? I'm gonna cast Nudge Fate on good old Walter because is he the only one within 30 feet? Actually, let me double check that.
Is.
Yeah, he is. Good old Walter is gonna get a Nudge Fate.
Oh yeah. What does that do? Ooh, look at that. Thank
Attack roll,
you.
skill check
Yeah.
or saving throw.
That's me.
All right. Arn, did you mean to put yourself prone?
No, I was asleep.
Oops, ignore me.
I
Sorry.
do not know where that came from.
Yeah. Well, Arn, this thing is there. It is an affront to everything. What you got?
I'm going to provoke an attack of opportunity, and I'm not going to care. I need to step out, across, through reach, and over to make a flank. 10 feet of movement.
Yeah.
Which would provoke whatever is there.
That is a 15? No, sorry, 17.
17 will not hit.
Nope.
Even without my shield, which I didn't have at the time. I have my shield out now. Freshly repaired. We're gonna go longsword out. shield out. I think I can make one attack. Well, shield out, longsword out. I'm gonna spend a hero point to make an attack if I can.
You would have an attack anyways.
Would I?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna do that. If only as my meh single attack. We're absolutely gonna make it. It is flat-footed. Ugh. And with a plus 12 to attack. It's flat-footed. Its AC is down, or do I have to add the plus 2 to attack?
No, we know its AC is too lower.
All right.
Yeah.
I think 31.
That is a crit.
We love to see it. 20 points of damage.
Heck yeah. Is your blade magical by chance?
It is not.
Okay. Just gonna cut it down to 15. Still, good damage.
He means is it's iron.
Interesting.
Just charging up, getting behind this thing, it does, catches air as it tries to hit the Valkyrie, sees you move, and tries to bring one of the massive claws down onto you, but you're already behind it, and then drive the blade up, breaking through that shard husk. Anything else?
No.
Right.
That's what I've got.
Walter.
Good turn. I'm going to spend an action to keep Inspire Courage up so that static +1 attack damage and saving throw continues.
Okay.
And then line of sight. So I have it technically through a person, though. If I cast Magic Missile through this, will this hit the Valkyrie, or is it, since it's automatic hit, it's not a problem?
No, you're fine.
Okay, cool. Then I'll use my other 2 actions to cast Magic Missiles.
Yeah. Roll your damage.
Cast. Five.
5. Every bit counts.
I'm involved.
And I helped.
Yep. And just turn around again, just aim the neck of the guitar at the demon, and just
Red.
just shred completely, and just let the blast of that, the literal echo of the sound waves moving through the air, just slamming into them one after another.
Beautiful.
That is my turn.
All right. Delgro.
Okay. Togro is going to, just infuriated and probably gagging a little bit from being sickened, step just to the side of where he was. And he is going to take another swing at this thing.
Where you were standing, you did have flanking with Arn?
Oh, okay. Oh, well. That being the case, he would probably then, that's a good point, he'd stay where he was.
All right.
There we go. Take a swipe at this thing.
16 is not going to hit.
He will attempt another attack on it, this time with his pick.
Okay. Nope.
Oh.
Hide is just too tough. Weapons are just jamming into it.
Mm-hmm.
I love that your die says no on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Then he will, as a final action, consume. He'll reach into a pocket, dropping his pick, reach into his pocket and pull out to consume a healing potion.
Gotcha. Points of healing. Very nice.
Yep. And then that will be his turn.
All right. And Ursa, at the start of your turn, as you were affected by the aura, will you make a fortitude save for me?
Fortitude save. Well, okay then. Shaboske. Come on now. Okay, alright. So
Unaffected.
22. Okay.
You can act as normal.
Alrighty.
That's scary.
First she's gonna keep up, or I guess re-up her protect companion. Well, first act together, then protect companion. That's 2. Or no, that's still 1. That's 1. Then for 2 more actions, she's going to cast Divine Lance.
Yeah.
Okay. Attack. She's gonna like kind of hold up the sword, because she hasn't had very good luck with these, and just kind of like hold it horizontally pointed towards the thing. Just go, Gorum, guide my light.
Ooh, that was
Okay, I guess
almost a
that kind of
1.
worked.
But
Oh,
a
that's a
28
28?
hits.
Okay. So that is pint as is, I believe that's 2d4. I believe. Yeah, 2d4 good damage.
It's your modifier.
Oh, plus my modifier? Then
Spellcasting modifier.
okay. Then plus 4. Okay. So 9 points of good damage.
10 total, thanks to that inspiration. Cuts
10.
right through its resistance.
Okay. And then the Valkyrie is gonna have her go.
Go for it.
Okay.
Thing is just getting peppered left and right again and again.
That's 9. Shabuski.
25
25?
hits, yeah.
Okay. That is 1d8 plus, well, I guess plus 5, because it automatically gets a plus 1 with the positive damage. Okay. 11 points
11. Oof.
of ghost rune enhanced slashing and positive
Yeah.
damage.
That actually draws another groan of pain from this thing. And this time, the wound, as it cuts through with the blade, there is no attempt at healing. It is just freely bleeding. This almost magma-like liquid that evaporates the moment it touches air.
Alrighty. That'll be her turn.
Top of the round. It does not appreciate that at all. Arn, you are a thorn in this thing's side. Hand is just going to reach out towards you, trying to draw away your life force. Corrupt your soul. You make a will save for me.
Absolutely. It did. I'm not gonna re-roll it.
Okay. As the hand just fully reaches to you, and then partially passes through you. There is just this wound. Feel not a physical wound, but a wound across your soul. Get to that on your turn.
Oh no.
Okay.
Wow.
No pressure.
Togro, you have also no that the Valkyrie for sure has been worse pain in this thing's side. That's a 32 to hit.
That is gonna hit, yeah.
Is that a crit?
For the Valkyrie, that's 12 over her
Yep.
AC.
Yep.
That is 34 points of damage.
Ooh, okay. All right. So, funny thing here, as the Valkyrie's getting hit, Ursa also winces in pain.
Oh no.
So you do
Yeah.
have that life block ability, Bill.
Oh, what does that do?
You can reduce the damage your Eidolon takes by 10, and then you take 5.
So we share a health pool.
So it would basically reduce the damage you're taking by 5, down to 29.
Okay. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do
The-
that reaction.
That kind of
Best reaction
shimmering
you can have.
armor that has been linking the two of you, protecting the Eidolon, shatters under the impact, and both the Valkyrie and Ursa just cry out in pain, and both have this same just blood red scar that runs across their chest, identically the same place. It is going to heal a little from that, thankfully. It was rough. Now, much better place. A-okay. Kinsey.
Why is this? I don't want to get closer. It's. We are. Here's my. Sorry, I'm just gonna scroll back up here. Do. I get flanked with my spiritual weapon, right? Right?
Your spiritual weapon does not count for flanking.
Nor can I hit.
Nor can you hit.
Dang. We shall sustain. We shall attack. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm attempting to do anything.
It's still just darting into this thing's hide, but just deflecting off.
Everything is 30. Oh. Cool. Nope, that's 2. I hate casting magic. Nope. Well, alright then. I guess at negative a million it is.
Get that natural 20.
Yeah, I don't think a nat 20 will even hit at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, a 17 is just not gonna do it. On Arn's turn. That wound in your soul spreads into your physical body, and for the moment, you can hear this thing in a much different way. It is just calling out. There's names that you don't quite recognize, but it is calling to someone. Then it turns to you, sensing that wound, feeling that connection. It just says, attack, and gestures over towards Togro. So for this turn, you are controlled. and must obey its orders to the best of your abilities.
One move, two move, I make a strike.
Right.
Wait. 5, 10, 15 is 2 move actions.
Up on top of the dais is not difficult.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. 5, 10, okay. Sorry, I forgot I have 20 movement speed. So with one move action, what that does is it frees exactly what I was going to do to this thing. And that's a power attack. I might use a hero point if I roll too well to see if I roll worse. We'll see. I feel like that's what heroes would do.
That is fair.
That is a hit.
The odds are I would do worse if I hero pointed this.
Could critically
However,
succeed.
I don't want to critically succeed.
Thanks.
So we're gonna, Arn's gonna no. Okay, I guess we calculate damage.
Yep.
10 points.
Could have been much worse. Every fiber of your being is saying no, it's wrong. Still
11.
walk up and just put every ounce of strength you have into Togro. The moment you make that attack, that wound in your soul retreats. You are back under your own control.
I'm out of actions, but I am still flanking this bastard. That's good to know. My turn.
All right. Walter.
All right, so I just watched that go down.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell? Is there a way I can tell that was a magical effect? I assume like he's not just stabbing Togro for reasons, right?
Oh,
but
I mean, you saw this thing's claw like manifest through Arn's body, and Arn was fighting every step, every ounce of strength that went into that swing. He was fighting.
cool. One action to maintain the inspiration, and then I look at Arn from across from my little hiding spot behind this pillar, and just say like, remember your battle hymn, fight, and then cast Dispel Magic on him.
Okay, what's the range for Dispel Magic?
Ooh.
120 feet.
Okay. Are you're an occult caster, right?
I am.
Yeah, roll your occultism.
Okay.
Counteract the wound in his soul.
You have nudge fate.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm helpful.
The DC is the affliction stat block.
All right.
Interesting.
17.
A hero point can re-roll a thing, right?
It can.
Yeah, it seems like a good time to burn one. Cause I have to burn it before you tell me the results.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the right time to burn one. I'll go with that. That seems better.
Good.
That memory of the song that you were just singing plays through your mind and then reaches your lips. And even just the thought of it is like this cooling rain down your body, down your soul, cleansing the wound. It is gone. You bastard.
Support caster here to help.
Is that your turn?
Yep, done. I did that. I maintained the Inspire Courage.
All right. Togro.
Oh, Togro lost the flank.
Yeah, and I think Togro taking that hit from Arn would look to him for a moment. Almost as if his rage is about to turn toward Arn. But then he would turn back to this manifestation knowing that that's his main target, and he'll deal with Arn afterward, if need be. He's going to take a swing with his short sword. And then take another swing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Can't roll above a 7. It is rough.
Yeah.
Feel you, buddy.
We'll go for broke.
Do it.
That nat 20. Oh,
Nope. He just was trying to hack at this thing. 3 strikes.
that
And he
sickness that just roiled your stomach. It's still doing its best to spread. You're fighting it, but it's drawing away your attention from combat. Ursa, you should no longer be frightened.
Hmm.
And it's your turn.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, she's gonna. Ursa's gonna recoil from that really heavy hit. Kind of like stagger back up. Yeah, scene. Just go. If this will be my end, I will make it a warrior's end. And so once more, she will. So act together.
Mhm.
Enhance minion Eidolon spells. Why did I play another spellcaster? Protect companion. That's the one. And then
Replenishing
divine
that
lance.
shield. Go for it.
Yep. Okay. Oh boy. Yes, divine lance. Attack. Shaboski. Okay, does a 26 hit?
Absolutely hits. Flanking, so it's 28, but yeah, absolutely.
2d4 plus 4 good damage.
For 11, 12 more points of damage. Ooh.
Good damage too.
Again, another part of its hide just bursts out. The damage physically just causing that armored husk become brittle and just crumble away.
All right, and then the Valkyrie will get her shot. Come on, girl. That could have gone better.
That was totally a 20.
That was close.
She's doing her best.
Yeah. Dang good attempt.
Yep.
Alright,
Got
is that you?
good damage in though. Yep.
Top of the round. This thing has had enough of being a pincushion between all of you. It's just gonna reel back and just launch itself into the air. Means that any of you that
Okay.
have an attack of opportunity, you can take it.
Hack.
Absolutely.
I don't like this one bit.
Well, Togro is at least going to use
22, I had a flank at the time,
You
too.
did, so that's a hit.
It's 1, 23, 24, 25.
Absolutely.
Togro doesn't have an attack of opportunity, but he does
13
have
points.
as a reaction no escape, which means he can stride up to his speed to keep up with this thing, and that's what he's gonna do.
Love it. Oh, with that attack from Arn, just big damage, even with the resistance. This thing is hurting. And you being the only one that has that connection can hear its calling out has turned to cries for help. Like it doesn't fully understand what's happening. This shouldn't be happening. This is wrong. No. No. But I have 2 actions left.
Oh no.
And Walter just undid all of its hard work. Walter, would you make a will save for me?
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Oh, you would.
Mhm.
You would.
Take it.
I don't think it can. Oh, that's have enough actions to roll corruption again. Anyways, but it is just gonna try to smack you.
Yeah.
That is again a natural 18 for a 32. Is
Yeah, that definitely hits.
that a crit?
What's crit, like 5 over?
10 or
AC?
more.
Oh yeah, my AC is 15. Yeah, you destroyed that. Well, this is fun, guys. I'm out.
No, what?
That is 32 points of damage.
Cool.
No.
That's my exact HP. I dropped.
No.
Okay.
Wait. So you fall to the ground. How many hero points do you have?
I have 1 remaining.
Boom,
So
spend
now
it.
So if I spend it, I immediately become stable. Is that how that works?
You are on your feet with a hit point. Wounded 1.
But I was
I'll
just
take
gonna
it.
look up, yeah. You
All right,
still
yeah,
take
that
the
seems like
wounded, but yeah, you remain standing, take the blow.
I like the idea of this blow rains down, and Walter just tries to defend himself with the only thing he has, which is his guitar, and this thing is just shattered into a million
Stable with
pieces.
0 hit points.
Pardon?
You are stable with 0 hit points.
0 hit points. Okay, so I can.
Oh, then we did that wrong before. You know what? Just stay on your feet with 1 hit point.
Fair enough.
It's-
I'll take it.
Works fine for me. It does its best to just rip you in half, but the guitar, like getting in there in that last second, causing some of the blow to be diverted, shattering the guitar, but you are still standing.
Holy crap. Okay.
Benzie.
Hi, y'all. Move towards me. Don't quit like that. We're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna take that spiritual weapon and we're gonna continue that. Gonna move it on over, which I think I can do as part of my sustaining. Yeah. Yeah.
You just pick a point within 120 feet. It's not even like you have to move it.
Sweet. It needs to go away. I quit. I just quit. I say everyone can die goodbye.
I'm out. Peace.
I'm out. I have no healing to help you, my friend.
You have 2 actions.
So,
Do.
send flowers.
Yeah, right? Okay, I'm gonna pitch this to you, Hooper.
Mhm.
Could I consider Walter my minion?
Probably not.
Well, fine. I can't protect you, companion. I can do a try.
I appreciate the try.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna try and cast Daze.
Yeah.
I will save.
So 22.
Yeah.
So it does take half though.
Half of 3.
The whole point of damage.
I'm useless. I'm sorry.
All right, down to Arn.
Arn. What is Ursa looking like?
Ursa, let's say out of a total of 44, she's
Oh
at
my
about a
God.
15th.
All right. 1, 2. I think I need to make a long jump. I stride to make a horizontal leap in an athletics check to increase the length of my jump. I'm going to run, dip just past your friend here, and leap off the dais to you, so as to use battle medicine. So an athletics check here to move 5, 10, 15 as the running jump, because I can move up to 20.
Yeah.
And then a long jump should be pretty straightforward. I will run it anyway because a natural 1 is going to be quite bad.
Always that risk.
Yeah. It is an athletics check to increase the length of the jump. Wow, that was close.
Oh, it wasn't a 1?
It was not a 1. If you, I don't know what the DC is because I only technically had to jump.
It is a failure, but a failure means you just jump your normal distance. So which was what?
Got it.
That's all you needed.
Perfect. Got it. And then we're to battle medicine. So what I'm going to do, Ursa, roll a d8 for me, and I apologize if this hurts, but I have to help you. So I'm going to perform a risky surgery, but I can assure you I will succeed. Assure you. Yeah, you're gonna take 5 points of damage, but then you are healing
A whole bunch.
Okay.
I will succeed critically in this, and for that, you'll heal 4d8 plus. Wait, let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20 plus 10, 30. You're gonna heal 30 hit points.
Beautifully done.
That's my
Okay.
turn. Actually, well, let me see what my let me see what the. Oh, it's one action.
Yeah. No action
Next.
left.
What am I holding? Longsword and a shield. Are you prone still? Or are you on the ground at all? Are you
For
standing?
me,
Yeah.
I think I am prone.
You're standing.
I'm standing? Okay, cool. Hell yeah, I'm still on my feet.
I'm going to move in, and then I'm going to pass again and provoke an attack of opportunity if you had it
Oh,
with the reach.
you are sneaky.
Did I provoke an attack of opportunity?
Mm-hmm. A 21?
A 21. A 21 hits my AC.
That is a total of 14 points of negative damage.
No issue. Happily taking that. And for that, I have provided almost a flank for anybody who's willing to take a 5-foot step. And then I've also juiced that attack of opportunity for my friends.
Yeah, you
so
did.
enjoy. I know what I'm doing. That's my turn.
Down to Walter.
That just saved me a lot of heartache. Okay. So if I move back here, let's say, that's one action to move, and it does. Well, I guess I don't know how many attacks opportunity it has, so
Yeah, that's
but
true.
I should scramble backwards, so I would.
Yeah. As you move, it is going to do nothing.
Okay. And as I'm picturing this half staggered, on my hands and ass, dragging myself backwards to Binzi, and looking at the shattered remains of my guitar, and I just go, That was a gift from my kids, you son of a bitch. And I'm gonna cast Animated Assault on it.
Ooh.
Yes.
And I guess I think centered on this block right here. If I
Sure.
did the math right. Or here, actually. Basically, just so that they are on the edge of this 10-foot little square in here, but still hitting this dude.
Yeah.
And I'm picturing like the shards of the guitar, along with like just pieces of this column that are ripped off, just like start pouring down on this monstrosity. That's my. Boop.
That is a natural 1 for a 16, which makes it a critical failure.
Oof.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh,
2d10 bludgeoning damage, right? Yeah.
It is
So,
doubled because it crit failed.
all right, 2 more. Do I just?
Yeah. As you
Uh,
target that area, and rocks and rubble and anything you can find just starts darting back and forth, darting into this thing's chest and back out. How would you like to kill it?
Yes.
Oh.
oh,
I love the idea that like, Arn rushes in and takes that hit, and Torgo's like jumping on the back of him, basically just like stabbing the living crap out of it as it's like just flailing around trying to get to me. I'm scrambling backwards. I think like Bincy grabs me, like pulls me a little further back to safety. And then as I cast this spell, like this rocks fall and start smashing it, and then the very last thing that kills it is like the just shard of that guitar neck that manages to like fly up in the air and just spear it right through its head,
Oh.
its skull, and like drive into already an open wound from like one of the cut marks from Ursa's Valkyrie that's just still
Yeah.
burning with that radiant damage, and just pin it down.
It just immediately gets like shoved to the ground, its chest just now pressed to the stone. And Arn, being the only one that had any connection with this thing, just hear that voice slowly fading. No, wasn't supposed to be like this. Slowly just crumbles away, leaving just nothing but ash, dust in the wake.
who's hurt?
Yes. Yes.
I'm
indeed.
I
yeah,
rush to Walter.
like go to stand up and just promptly like knees buckle and just fall over. Like
Move
I
out
am
of the
I am not doing well. Like one of my arms is probably dislocated at this point. Like I took a catastrophic hit. I probably have shards of like guitar like stuck in my face, causing me to bleed and stuff.
Yep.
I look like a wreck.
Ursa will go over to Torgo. My friend, you are very brave. Do you need any healing?
Oh. Walter needs the help.
I'm on it.
Walter's getting help. Do you need help?
You're in good hands, buddy.
At this point, I just pop a potion and shove it in Walter's face.
Thank you.
And Togro would just kind of exhaustively and still hacking and coughing a little bit from being sickened, he would just nod to Ursa for the healing.
Okay.
Heal for
y-
29,
you,
Walter.
you know what? Let's make this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I have an idea. um, as Arnie is seeing to Walter, um, Ursa is going to start channeling more of that radiant energy. She's going to say, Arn, if you do not want magical healing, you may wish to move further away for a moment.
Arn, pretty upset. Was what he's doing. Set his medical supplies down on the floor and walk away.
As Arn
Out of
stepping,
range.
Okay.
as Arn stepping off for a second, Walter's just gonna kind of clap him on the shoulder and say, "Hey, thanks." And
Yeah.
that was
And Ursa is going to. You know what? She's going to go all in on this. She's going to use a second level 3-action heal. So fun thing with these summoners, all of their spells are signature spells, so they can elevate them anytime.
Yeah.
So first of all, the healing disperses in a 30-foot emanation. Targets all living and undead creatures in the burst, and it is 2d8. Is it just 2d8?
Yeah, because it's level 2.
Okay. Because for some reason it's like the 2-action adds 8, but I don't know if that carries over to the 3-action version.
Nope.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. So 2d8 for everyone.
Except for Arn.
Except for Arn. Okay. 9 points of healing for everyone.
feeling great now. Thank you.
We're done, Arn.
You're all tending to wounds, standing in the healing radius. Door at the bottom of the room does crack, slowly open inwards, letting in some natural light. Whatever the equivalent of light would be here in this demi-plane.
What do y'all think's through there?
Probably the workshop it guarded.
Ah, yeah.
Looks like-
I almost forgot about that. But yeah.
Yes, most likely our way out.
Good call. Let's go check it out. I think Walter does take a second to linger behind and like kick some of the debris off to the side, and picks up like his guitar pick, puts it in his pocket, and then starts walking with the rest of the party.
The room that you're in, as unreal as it seems, will step out, are in what would definitely be called a workshop. There are dozens of books. There are torture racks. There are alchemical tables. There are runes etched along walls, along the floor. None of this has been touched for what looks like
I do believe this is the workshop our benefactor spoke of, which would imply this was the demon.
fully be transparent with you all that the one shot that is happening on Friday will be directly influenced by your decision now. what do you guys do with this lab?
Ah, yes. Creating problems for other people.
I mean, if no one stops her, Ursa is going to take the torch that is in her inventory. She's going to light it, and she's going to start setting stuff on. Well, okay, I should preface this. She's going to look for an exit, making sure there is one.
Yeah.
Then she's going to open that door, then start setting everything on fire.
Any opposition?
I mean, Benzie was.
Wait. Think this through.
Holding the torch.
You don't break curses by breaking the soul cage that holds them. It cannot be this easy. This is a release waiting to happen.
Perhaps, but I also do not want the literature that turned a human being into that to remain on this earth.
Yes, and you think simple fire will do such a thing?
There's only one way to find out, and she will start setting stuff on fire.
I'd like to make a
Benzie.
quick perception check. Oh, go ahead, Benzie.
Oh, I would say Benzie will use Ray of Frost to put the fire out.
Ah, damn it, hell.
I can't let you do that.
While I understand your train of thought, I mean, you might as well burn the witches at the stake while you're at it without actually talking to them. I would like.
GM, I message you.
Got it.
I would like to send Spirit. Just kind of. I want to get the read on the room.
I don't have to agree with Benzie here. I at least want to take a second because I can't go straight to book burning. It's just not my thing.
These are
Sure, that's
demonic books. These are what turned a human being like some of you into a demon. Imagine what would happen if, let's say, any of these books got into the wrong hands, into innocent hands. Do you want to inflict that on others?
Tell me.
I could not live with myself.
Tell me, how did you come to the knowledge of how to fight demons?
I cannot claim to be an expert, but I know how to deal with books that are
No,
corrupting enough.
don't pull back, pull back.
What, do
You're
you
just
want to hold these out like a lending library? Do you think these books will do any good? At best, they will sit here and be a temptation. At worst,
maybe
someone could
not,
find these.
maybe not here.
What are you
Look,
getting at?
that the books may not be good here. They may not be good in his hands. They may not be good in, say, someone that wants to summon a demon's hands. But there are people out there in the world that fight demons. A little bit more information on how to do so could
These
possibly be
are
of
not
benefit.
these are not demon fighting manuals. These
You
are
don't
demon.
know because you haven't
We
even looked at
literally
anything.
we
You have
literally
not
had that
looked.
conversation. We
You
literally had
have
that conversation.
at anything.
This is pointless. And she will take out her sword and she will start attacking the books.
I'm going to make a power attack, if I may. This was O-carded. The sword never left Arn's hands. So yeah, 2 action. If it hits, it's an extra die of damage to my friend. I'm
I don't know if I have a penalty to this, but 28 should hit.
It does hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Add to this an extra d4 of damage.
28 plus 8 plus 1. Let's see. That's 36, 37. She's still up, actually.
Yep.
There is just a
Just
burning passion behind those eyes of Arn. He lashes out.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm taking a book. You're not to disturb me, or you'll have it next.
unless I'm being immediately interrupted, all I'm doing is drawing a hatchet and reaching for a black tome. No violence anyway. The longsword's still in. I released it once I just plunged it.
So the Valkyrie's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with a grapple.
Yep. Yep. You're looking for 19.
Okay, well, let's roll the dice.
Uh-huh.
Go for it.
See, +4. Add on skills. +9 to athletics. Oh, that's not right.
Uh-oh. I think you rolled a d12 by mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh.
All right, grab away.
There's just
You
reaching
do have
straight
hero
up
points.
into a pile. Just not even looking. Grabbing something, pulling it out. You guys are just, you're seeing this transpire, the two of them going at each other, the Valkyrie trying to reach out, and Arn just slipping out of its grasp, grabbing a book, and backing towards the
Perception.
exit.
Yeah,
What
is
is the
anyone
book?
stopping me from leaving?
I want to know what the book is.
I mean, Benzi's been trying to look at a book and feel the room.
You guys can both make a perception check if you'd like.
Should I make an occultism check for the feel the room?
Sure.
As Arn is leaving with that specific book, I'm just trying to note the title of it as he's leaving. I'm not getting involved in this combat. I that's not my
You've
jam.
seen what they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, with 22 on me, you might realize something too.
So, book. What languages do you know?
Holy crap! I never picked languages.
I say,
Man, let's see. I was a academic for 20 years. I studied all sorts of occult and arcane shit. So probably draconic, celestial.
Okay.
How much would I get based off it? It's plus intelligence,
Infernal's
right?
pretty good.
Yeah.
Infernal's
Infernal,
common.
yeah. That
Very
covers
common.
the 3 then.
Your immediate glance at the book just gets you the title written right there on the base of the spine. Blaze Weaver. Defiler of Hate.
sounds wholesome.
Wow.
Light reading.
Yep. Binzi, the just feeling the room, feeling for any sort of spirit or disturbance, and it is almost just disorienting of just being near Arn at the moment and feeling everything that is pouring out of him.
Which would be?
I mean, you never really felt the energy that came off of the manifested.
You mean the thing that was like 10 feet away from me?
Yeah, it never touched you. This is a foreign feeling energy.
It made me strike my friend.
AKA, he's possessed. Are there no dead here? There are no spirits?
Nothing.
It has eaten everything.
Arn is just backing towards the
What is the exit exactly? It's
It
just
is
a door?
it was like a natural cavern that they carved kind of this space for a laboratory in. Just literally opens up to the mountainside. Cold, might kill some people, but left to his own devices, Arn would be fine.
Yeah, I'm going to draw a card. Give me a moment to pull out some card.
Togro, anything?
Yeah, so
Mm.
remembering what Arn had that Arn had attacked him and seeing him just now attack Ursa, who healed Togro. A fire ignites in Togro's eyes, and he charges at Arn, short sword in hand.
Okay.
And he takes a swing at him.
Uh, Thankfully, you do have sudden charge, which means you can dash
Yep,
to him as he is
exactly.
reaching the edge of this little cavern to the exit.
Ah, snap.
On the opposite side of the room, I want to cast Phantasmal Treasure as this is happening. On him.
And I'm actually going to burn my last hero point to take to attempt that strike again. 25
25 hits.
Oh.
25 absolutely hits. Ugh.
for 7 damage.
Ugh. Blood just.
Eh.
How do you hit me?
I imagine he goes for a leg. He kind of steps off to the side and swipes at your shin.
I take it.
Yeah.
So
Is there even an attempt to dodge it, or is it just acknowledgement and then
I'm gonna use battle medicine in front of him to heal past that. Just in front, just as a play, just to close it off. There is no human connection to my mortality right now. I'm just bandaging it up. Pull some cloth, tie my shin, stare, and then keep walking with the book. I don't even have my shield. I have a battle axe.
Would Ursa be able to cast a spell?
well,
Yeah.
What does Phantasmal Treasure do?
Phantasmal
Okay.
Treasure, thank you. At the other end of the room, it projects an image of the most precious thing imaginable to the target, and it's going to appear on the complete opposite side of the room from the opening.
So
I don't know if a 23.
Oh, sorry.
Uh,
It was made already. My bad.
either way.
So,
What
Ursa,
as success, but the duration is only 1 minute, so he's still fascinated with the treasure, I think.
Which
What does as success mean?
same success. So I'm still fascinated by it.
The end of
And
its turn. There's enough time to stop, start bandaging, to shake off the illusion.
Say with all this, then I'd like to cast detect magic because clearly whatever I tried to dispel did not fully take. And I just whip out those glasses again. I think one of the lenses is slightly cracked from just getting smashed in my inside pocket, but I put them on and they do that prismatic flare, and I like look him up and down to see like what is still lingering on him or why he's doing this, or if he's just gone nuts.
There are a pair of visible to you curved horns off either side of his temple. It is just a dark red aura over top of him.
All right.
No.
I just yell out, someone's something's messing with his mind. Like
I'm drawn to that treasure now, though.
I can't stop it, but something's messing with his mind.
I'm just gonna move towards the treasure.
I see you. No. Could it be?
I'm just moving back in.
Okay.
Book it.
Yeah,
Book it
Can
in.
can Ursa cast her spell now,
go
please?
for it.
So she's going to cast command, and she's going. So that will be a will save from Arn.
He's kind of good at
Gonna
those.
see-
Let me make it. Let me make it. Oh.
What'd you get?
Oh. Because of bravery, your successful will saves count as critical success.
Okay.
Not bravery alone. Let's see.
Okay. Well, it just means he's unaffected.
Right?
Can I see what the outline is of what the treasure is?
Yeah. Well, what he's been saying is leading you to believe it's a person.
My Jarl, I'm sorry. Wh- what are you doing here? Have you come back to haunt me?
So,
To Yeah, as I just move back into
so,
the chamber.
so that's sort of two actions. Would Ursa be able to make a grab for either the book or the healer's kit?
Yeah. Um, at this point, if everyone's intention is to confine, get the book away to subdue Arn, then that allure of whatever it was that he saw bring him back in is, especially under your combined efforts of the four of you, enough to restrain this clearly off his mind former ally.
Okay.
Given that there's no current thing I can do to dispel this, could I potentially give him another opportunity to throw the effect off of himself? Like find some way to trigger basically another will save to get him to be not led by this creature
Do you
or
have any hero
entity.
points left?
I don't, unfortunately. I am out of FAFO points, which makes me sad.
I have 2, and I can use Nudge Fate, and I can also add my occultism to try and help with this.
Binzi specifically want to spend a hero point and make an occultism check. Especially with the fact that you sense, communicate with spirits. A chance to maybe help Arn.
I'd like to cast Inspire Competence on Benzie then.
Nothing.
And just say like,
Someone should attempt to disarm me too. It's not a hard
I
check.
think that's kind of part and parcel with the subduing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely be Togro.
There's a lot of weapons to remove. Is all I'm saying. Hammer, javelin, hatchet,
Right.
longsword, throwing knife, battle axe, dagger.
It's that sequence where just like improbably, like you're taking knives out from behind your ear.
Yeah, I'm like
That could.
huh,
Yeah, Benzie,
Yeah.
occultism check, please.
huh.
Taking a page out of Walter's book, and she will.
Look, we all came in here together, and we're all working as friends. Like that's gotta mean something. So get your act together.
Yep, probably beats the counteract.
For the moment, it's just Arn calling out to the Jarl, staring off at the corner, but that demonic
Please.
presence seems to fade.
That does for the moment.
Yeah, Arn has nothing that he would be doing for the rest of the game except probably standing here and weeping.
Martin, sorry. Let's grab him.
Is there anything in these books, in the paperwork?
Would need time
many
to go
numbers.
through all of this. So I will ask in the moment if everyone's intention is to take Arn out of here, and is this lab going to remain intact, or is it destroyed?
Say
So
this. I can't stop. Um, I can't stop Ursa from destroying this lab, and I won't try to. If Arn's like gone kind of comatose and limp, like the priority is dragging him out
Mhm.
because he's been the target of a lot of mental magic, and that's bad. He needs to go to a hospital or needs to get fixed up real quick. So as I'm dragging him out, I'm like, we should preserve this place, but you got to do what's best for you, whatever that is, Ursa. I gotta get him taken care of.
you do what
I
you have to, and so will I. And she will turn to Bixby. If you have a book to remove, do it now.
She gathers all of the books.
Armful stack of books.
dragging a shelf out the door.
Okay.
She's like,
Sh-
do you want to help your friend?
Like I'll say Ursa. I'll say you get an armful. That's it. The rest is going to the flame. I do not care if you think that this may help some far-flung demon hunter. It has corrupted one of my friends. I cannot let that stand.
Technically, the demon itself corrupted your friend, but
Yes, and this made that demon. I will not argue with you. Take your books and go. Only these, no more.
can I do it? I don't know if I need to read aura or detect magic or just to find the books that might actually be helpful versus
We'll say
the
that
bullshit
your
demon summoning.
your open mind to the spirits around you already is giving you enough insight to just a quick glance to what's most helpful.
And once that's done, Ursa will set the lab ablaze once more.
going to take you a bit, which means that Arn is currently being rescued and tended to by Walter and Togro. Binzi, are you with them, or are you taking your books and going?
The reason she grabbed the books was to ultimately help Arn. So, in a show of good faith, she will cast some spell that can do some damage, I'm sure, somewhere. No, I have no fire spells. Of course I don't. I have a deck of cantrips. I'll use all the fiery spells. I'll help burn shit down.
Okay,
The
So,
ultimate teamwork activity.
that works. I'll say that works.
so
Come to a compromise.
Yeah. Show of good faith, I'll help you destroy stuff.
coming to the outcome. Lab is destroyed. Arn, his mind may or may not be intact. Manifestation seems to be gone. Well, you did destroy the lab, even though it was not part of the job. The Lord does begrudgingly give you all the second half of your. Though, staring down at Arn, there is just an odd look of almost pity eyes. Regrets to inform you that you cannot stay here. Refuses to help you tend to Arn. He wishes you the best.
Okay, we gather. At least Walter starts gathering whatever supplies are still around, and prepares for this journey back down the mountain. One of the things he's gonna do, since I didn't have a chance to do it in the game, it just seems fun. I have an Onyx dog figurine that I just like pull out of a pouch, and pardon.
Nothing.
Oh, I could have sworn I heard somebody talk. Uh, sorry, I'm losing my mind too. I just pull this figurine out and I throw it on the floor, and it becomes a large guard dog. Um, and I just like start putting packs on it. It's actually it's like a dire dachshund basically. That I've named Oscar, and I start just slapping supplies on this thing. Arn, can I get some of your equipment? I'm just gonna throw it on Oscar. He doesn't mind. He actually likes the snow, and he's pretty happy carrying stuff.
All right.
Like start taking some of that stuff and just.
So with a last minute distractionary illusion, drawing Arn back into the cavern, book is kept secure, and then he tried to take, not loosed into the world. Lord of the Manor is without family's research, and there are no mercenaries left in the lodge for next one shot.
Hmm. Hmm. Well.
We did it.
You absolutely
Sort
did
of. The
it.
city.
We saved the city.
Sorry, we didn't longer than I had planned, but holy crap, that was something.
That was good. Yeah, that was
Ah,
intense.
burn
that was
down
a
his
good
house?
game.
Can
Very
we
good.
burn down his house too?
Come back for it. Yeah. So with that, I just want to say a massive thank you again, everyone that caught us live. If you're watching the VOD on Twitch after, if you're watching us on YouTube, whatever it is, thank you so much. Love you. Love the people that catch us live the most, but what can you do? Anyways,
The
um,
rudest.
I'll give you
Thank you for
guys
running.
a chance to just to give a quick shout out if you're working on something, if there's something you want people to check out, if you just want to drop names. We'll start with Tessa.
What? Well, come check out the Lost Caravan here at Hooper's Stream Saturday mornings. We start at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. It's still a fantastic thing to wake up to Saturday morning. It's like your Saturday morning cartoons. Come check me out on Twitter. I like to make D&D pins, and I have jewelry in the work specifically for the nerdy kind. So thank you, Cooper. As always, you are a fantastic DM, and thank you everyone for coming to play with us tonight, very
Night.
much. This
Yeah.
morning. This morning. Thank you all.
Yeah. Down to Ian, the
Hi, I'm Ian.
broken mind man himself.
Boss fight at the end, yeah. The monster at the end of the book. I'm Ian. The myth. I don't exist. I'm on Twitter at IanVJames. Other than that, I'm on Penny for a Tale, as well as Weave the Tale, where I do more things than I should and less things than I want to. But yeah, that's all I've got. This was great. Level 3 fighter. Absolutely should have just killed me. You should have just murdered me. I just meet Crayon, your little fighterino, across that
Oh.
cavern.
Arn has to be alive for Friday.
Oh yeah. That's true. But that's all I got. This was fantastic. Major shout out to the GM. Hooper, you're awesome. Well done.
You. Down to Rob.
Oh yeah, this was a awesome game. Amazing group of role players here. I had a blast. And you can find me on Twitter as RPG Theologian. I do the occasional one shot through. Yeah, I've done some one shots with Penny for a Tale, Weave the Tale. Played in last Friday's game here with Hooper. Most of the time, though, as far as streaming goes, you can find me on Friday mornings, 8 a.m. Eastern, at Black Dragon Roleplay. Look for the Black Dragon Eye logo. We play some D&D 5e there for a few hours every Friday morning. So if you're awake and are free and want to join us and listen to us, definitely come along and check us out. But otherwise, yeah, it was a great session.
Yeah. Down to the other Andrew.
What up? So yeah, no. Again, thank you everyone for just being cool and collaborative. Right, great group to just kind of come together and do a sweet adventure. Great guidance along the way from our lovely DM. So thank you for putting this together and running all this. So you rock. Me. So Twitter links below, but you can follow me on Twitter at MoonManGrenade. I am part of a channel called Life in the Apocalypse. We do a ton of games for charity. I've been running an ongoing 1930s Pulp Cthulhu adventure, which has been quite fun. I also just jump on and run a bunch of Powered by the Apocalypse one-shots at times. The other GM is currently running a Impulse Drive PBA game, and then we're starting 2 new games in January. One is Pokemon based using Savage Worlds, and the other one is a 5th edition modern day game. But those games run Sunday night from 6 to 10, and Tuesday nights from 7 to 10 as well. And all the stuff's on our schedule, links in my bio. But yeah, just happy to run games and hang out. So thank you for letting me jump in and
Yeah.
first time playing. I definitely would come back and hang with all you because you rock.
Love to hear. Steve.
Hello. Great game. I did not see the the twist at the end. And just because sometimes the interparty conflicts and arguments can it may be a bit rough on folks. I want you all to know I love you all. You all did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for coming around. I'm Steve, and if I were playing my other Pathfinder character, probably wouldn't have been any burning down, funnily enough. So I am occasionally on Weave the Tail when Mr. Quisling over here has an open spot. I'm sometimes there. Great fun and many tears are shed by all. I'm kind of anywhere folks need me. I love playing these games. I am also an avid world builder, and I am working on codifying a setting originally for 5e, converting it to Pathfinder 2nd Edition, where the surface civilizations, humans, elves, and halflings and such, are refugees in the Underdark after a surface catastrophe. So
Very cool.
I might be some news on that front at some point. But yeah,
Sounds awesome.
yeah.
Yeah. You guys are amazing. I would be happy to play with any of you at any point. Y'all killed it.
Yeah.
And again, I am Andrew. I am the insane person that decided to invite strangers from the internet to roleplay. Because that's what you do.
As you love it.
As I
one
love
does.
I appreciate your
Uh,
As
choices.
one does.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks so much for watching. And unless there's anything else, I bid you all goodbye, a good night, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.